Who? George Smith?
Frank Smith bought that right there so long.
Yeah.
Been for lately?
Oh, I was up there when they walked on that.
Yeah, they're timber.
Yes.
Kenny Rogers.
Looks different, doesn't
I
it?
couldn't believe that curve. I was going wherever Saturday
Hey,
night.
you high-handed me the other day. Where?
I've
Up
never
there
seen
at the North
those
City
mountains
Fort.
look like
He
that.
said on
When I
purpose.
come around that curve, and I couldn't believe it.
I know, it looks
You come
different.
in, I was having the car serviced, I was sitting over there in the waiting room for the service. I know you did. What? Yeah, I didn't see it. Oh. And they know where.
Well, no, I was trying to figure with it, but when I called him back, I'm gone.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah.
Currently?
They said three at most.
No,
I need four.
That's good more right there.
yes, that's really.
Well, I sold mine, I guess.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to.
So you sold it today?
Seventy-third.
I didn't know exactly how.
Oh, yeah.
Look.
I'm 56.
56.
I'm just a pup, son. I'm just a pup, young man. We'll see.
This is the rest of it.
We'll see later.
Right, you?
Good.
There were no roses of any kind.
Got a question.
Jim's in for the long haul tonight.
Yeah.
Jim's in for the long haul tonight.
I'm gonna go.
This was the end, right?
Just go home.
This is kind of misleading, because we still don't have all the taxes and stuff in right.
It's only
Because
No, that's
not
a
sure.
state, okay.
shouldn't it be more though? I mean, if we do an extra $1 million on the wheel tax.
Here's where it ended.
They don't need 9% property tax and collected, so.
Right there.
Right, but here's my question.
Okay.
You bring it back up.
Bring it back up. I don't know what that, we always bring it. $1 million to that, the wheel tax.
You just had to hear it, Daddy, be
It
made.
wasn't new that
What?
year.
You just
It
had to
will
hear
taxes
it.
in here.
Oh, that was estimated with the wheel tax.
Yeah, that's real. That was
So-
with the tax. And these include.
But they don't.
White water boy looks just like him.
From here to here, see that one.
Turn.
Red.
Right, see, why wouldn't that be?
What's going on?
Everything back. Everything back.
Now that's the
Yeah,
question.
yes,
That makes sense.
yes.
So,
The revenue, so that all these pictures.
right,
Anybody come in and talk?
and I, but would this number not go up
Right.
to reflect that, but it still show here?
See, the revenue.
Is that kinda like a-
About the same. This is kind of like what you're talking about. So if you bring in that much, you
Oh.
see that much, that's real.
Where's it fit into, look
Huh?
Where's it into?
See, and this one goes like the ending balance there is the beginning balance.
So, $3 million, I'm thinking $3 million is the rough number for property tax increase for a year, is that 32
Yeah,
cents?
see, look, here's your revenue this year, 2 years later, it was 28. That's probably why. So.
That's plus 5. Why don't it start, what? I guess this right here is a
See,
misleading.
these are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Revenues and expenditures, so that's why it doesn't change very much, because you take these, plus your revenues, minus what you spend, equals your income.
This is the beginning,
Yep,
and this bounces out.
yeah, and that's the beginning, and those are almost the same.
And this is with the tax.
Yeah,
But
and this has the property percent.
this does. But, which it does not necessarily. I guess I look for it to increase that number.
No, because you had to know, because you should budget it,
First problem.
just so you
I
know.
might need a little, not the math, I need a lesson in the, okay?
In the reading.
Yeah. What part?
Right.
Hello, Smith? Hello?
Hey, hey, hey.
Where are you?
Big part.
Yeah, clear it all out. Frank Smith, yeah. Frank Smith. He cleared all that. go to the phone. I haven't been up there in a while. You just see that, and that's about it.
Well, we got, there's a right of way up there. Clear the road.
Yeah.
Did he? I'll tell you, Robert, little boy looks just like him. I saw him every birthday, and said, Lord, yeah, that's the same. Bowman? Is it Bowman? Yeah. Tyler Track. That is, careful down the elevator, man. The more track, they're pretty smooth. Right on. I know some of you get, this controls forward, backward, right, and left. You can just go around and this controls the bucket, and some like this.
That's right.
So weird. Well, I had not keep mine. Oh, it's moving. Y'all not getting better for your bucket.
Good, good.
We're here.
Here's water, and I'll drink in the refrigerator, there's Coke,
Oh, it's
and water. And,
No.
anyway, Chris brought them over here and put them
Yeah.
Good horse right here. How are you, buddy? You, sir?
That's life in
He's
bank.
got less hair than you have, Rob.
Busy?
He's got less hair than you have. Your kid.
You got too many talks. You got too many talks.
What's that?
Before we get started, does anybody want anything to drink? I have Coke, Diet Coke, Mountain Dew, Sprite, and water. Anybody want anything? Mr. Shannon, you want to do it?
Well, he did. I can guarantee it, I know that.
Okay, it's 5 o'clock, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. And, since Ms. Cook is here, we'll start. Need to turn to page 58 in your packet from Marty Cook.
Thank you for letting me go first. I still have Judge Donahue upstairs working away. And, the last year's been crazy, but this year's gonna be crazier. We were in court with Judge Thomas last week, what was it, 9:45 when we left? Yeah, 9:45 on Tuesday night, so we're just, I told the girls in my office, I said, I want you all to know that in September of 2022, I'm gonna be on the beach like this. And you all are gonna be working on these cases that we've received a zillion times.
Are you gonna do any consulting work?
Yeah. By Zoom and long distance. My budget is basically the same. The only increase that I have in my budget is for maintenance agreements. And that's an increase of $10,000 because we have more copy machines, more equipment, more everything. And that's, huh?
This is the packet that's clipped together with a clip, and it's on 58
I'm sorry.
in the nice handwritten.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you.
And my only increase is the maintenance agreement there at 334. If you look down, it shows out here an increase or decrease of $10,000. The 53.9 is basically the same, so there's not an increase in that. I am asking for a minimum of 5% for my employees. I don't know if people realize it, but we are open 19 or 20 hours a day. We run 2 shifts. Karen gets here about 5:15, 5:30, and Mike and Debbie get here at 5 and they work till 1. So we're basically closed from 1 to about 5:15, and I've been catching those calls myself at home. So, they called me at 2 o'clock this morning, issued some warrants about 2:30 and so forth like that, but I've been doing that because we're just slammed. I mean, we are literally slammed because of everything that we're having to redo. Today, in criminal court, we are setting cases for March and April of 2022. We don't even have a calendar of 2022, but we are setting cases that long. But I have some employees that I've got one girl, one lady, she's been here 7 years, and she has a college degree, and she makes $14.37 an hour. I have one of my lowest one has been here. She has a college degree. She's been here 3 years and she makes $13.98. Another one, $13.77. What I would like for you all just to allocate me the 5%, and then I will divvy it up based on years of service and things like that that you're doing. So, any questions?
Yeah, you don't have an overtime line,
We don't get overtime.
so when you work over, do they do comp time or?
They get comp time.
Okay.
But our problem is we don't have time to pay comp time. Don't have time to pay comp time. So, any questions?
I ask this to everybody, it's good to have good, well-trained people, but those people that's got the college degrees, does that position warrant a college degree? Is it required, or?
None of it, Chad, is required.
Okay.
But I think when it comes to working in the clerk's office, I have always said it takes so long to just learn the terminology. It's like learning a foreign language. And, you know, I've been blessed because I grew up in the clerk's office and learned a little bit about all the courts. We can't do that now. We're too specialized. We are too specialized. And, you know, all my people are cross-trained, especially since we got down here. We're cross-trained. My general sessions people can issue an order of protection if they have to, and different things like that. But they don't know anything about circuit court and different things like that because the laws they're too vast, they've changed so much and everything like that, so it just has to be. But, you know, I guess I was surprised. I went through Chick-fil-A the other day at Lenoir City, and they're paying $14 an hour at Chick-fil-A. And I know, you know, a lot of people are paying, Judge and I were talking 17 something at Hobby Lobby. And I mean, and these are not easy jobs. I mean, you know, we've been cussed more the last 5 years than we have the previous 25. But it's just the way people are, But any other questions?
What's the difference in page 58 to 60?
So, page 58 is the, like, if we printed the final budget out from Excel from our worksheet, that's what it would,
Okay, so.
that is with everything calculated. And then 60 is the page that she put her request in, and then it's signed. The only differences that you would see between the two sheets would be if we had to change anything for employee insurance or longevity.
Yeah.
And then if longevity changed, that would change the taxes and the retirement. So that should be your only two changes between the signed sheet and the first sheet. Has all the calculations in it.
It's about $1,100.
Yeah, and that was in longevity. Yeah.
I've had some of my people who have been here for a long time retired. I've lost one in juvenile, one in criminal, one in circuit. I mean, they just went home. Anything else that you need? Any questions? I'll be glad to attempt to answer them for you if you have any.
What's the number of people you have on county part-time?
18.
18?
I have three in juvenile, and then sessions and circuit, and then 3 from 16. 16 minus 2, 14, and then the 2 that come in and work from 5 to 1.
How far off you think your pay is hourly compared to other counties, like say, you know, close counties, Loudoun,
we're low. We're low. I mean, we really are, you know. I figured up today, just roughly, I've got 193 years of employees. They have worked 193 years for Monroe County, which I think is amazing, which goes to the fine boss that I am, you know. That's the reason that they've stayed so long. Isn't that right, Bill? Anything else? Don't hesitate, I'm here. You're welcome to come anytime. Welcome to call me anytime. We're here. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you.
Sure.
Page 61.
First of all, I apologize, I didn't bring in my paperwork with me because I ran down here. We're probably one of the smallest budgets, Courtney probably correct me, I'm sure, but we're probably one of the smaller budgets because I have 3 employees, but we run 2 separate divisions. We run a juvenile division and then we run the general sessions division. That covers 6 different court jurisdictions. But my budget is smaller because, of course, Sheriff's Department does the arrest and the clerks do the filing. So I've been able to cut out quite a bit this year from our budget because, one, COVID's been good in some ways for us and bad in a lot of ways for us. It's been good in some ways for us, not had any travel budget this year. All of our training has been done by Zoom and different things like that over the internet. So none of my 2 youth services officers have not had any travel expenses. We've not done school. Well, thank you. And Courtney does a great job.
Page 95 and 61.
If it wasn't for Courtney, I would be lost. What we try to do is go through on a line, or I say we, what I try to do is go through on a line item basis and take out what we could that I don't see recurring this year with us getting back to a regular schedule. And to do that was the first line item on page 62, we took out some on the operating lease payments. We've reduced our reliance on copy machines because we're all now in the same building. We've been able to reduce 1 copy machine out. I know all of these are really small numbers compared to what you all normally see, but we try to knock down what we can. The maintenance agreements go underneath that with our computers. The library books and media, we switched to completely online now, which did reduce quite a bit by doing that. We used to keep up the Tennessee statute books because we were in the separate building and we needed a set. We've taken that expense out. Marty keeps up 1 set for the whole building. Everything else we do online because we provide them wireless here. So they're allowed to access wireless. The other charges, that's just a line we consolidated in. We had put that other charges line, it was in there from the previous administration to deal with the other building. And when they had some other expenses and they put it was kind of a vague, and that's the best we can figure because we've not actually taken from that line item in a while. But furniture, fixtures, office equipment, and other equipment, we've taken out on all 3 of those under general sessions budget because basically we think we're pretty good on our physical equipment right now. We factor in, there is still money factored in there because one of the positions in my juvenile side, and we'll see that in a minute, requires that I provide certain equipment to that person to get money back from the state that pays part of their salary. So we have to keep a little bit of budget in there because if they tell me I've got to give a certain computer hardware piece, I have to give that to them or we lose that money. So that's mainly on the general sessions side. Then on juvenile side, let's see. All right. Just looking, they'll type theirs in and I hand them mine, makes me look bad.
There's a title in front of it.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that makes me look bad. All right. On the juvenile services, page 96. Those, we tried to consolidate, although our juvenile and general sessions were in the same building when we were at the old building, we did run them kind of office supplies separately. So we tried to consolidate that in together. So that's where you see the difference in the maintenance, repair service, and postal charges. Reduce both of those just by combining it into our, kind of the general sessions and made them one, so for those things. The contracted services, that's our detention budget for sending kids to detention. We don't house kids in, juveniles in Monroe County. They're all sent to Blount County. Several years back, when I took office, I was able to contract a lower price with them, and we've lost that lower price just over their expenses going up, so we're back up. Don't quote me on this, but I think it's $125 or $150 a day. We were at $125. But because of COVID, I've not had to use a lot of detention. The detention I have had to use has been more expensive because we have to provide a COVID test before I send them up there. So working with police departments, sheriff's department, and mainly city police departments is where we get these calls from. And working with them, I've been able to reduce who we're putting into detention. Now, obviously, serious charges with kids, I'm still putting them in detention. We can't risk the harm to the community, but we're trying to be a lot more sparing with that. Where I've used it in the past to get kids' attention, I just hadn't used it here in the last year because I didn't want to have the extra expense of having to give them a COVID test beforehand. And at one point, we were having to do the expedited test, which would cost about $260 a time. So we just kind of cut that out for right now. Those expenses will go back up, but I hope in this next budget year to be able to keep that down. That is actually the largest cut that I've been able to do, because we're hoping to be able to do some things in person with kids to cut the use of detention down some. And then the next line item is my summer juvenile services. That was a $10,000 line item, although I think for the last couple of years I've reserved the extraness, so there's a little bit more in that than the $10,000. That's the summer work program that we go up to the mountains. We're not able to do overnight this summer either because of the restrictions with COVID. We would have to have on-site sanitation in that tent. There's just no way to do it and guarantee that we can do what they want us to do. So what we're doing is we're doing 3 days a week. Mike, who's our youth services officer, we're going to go up to the Forest Service and do some work, but we're also going to work with the school and have them do their community service, cleaning schools, doing repairs on school property. I'm working with each one of the city police chiefs to identify areas in each city that we can work at. I'm hoping to keep our costs down as far as travel, but that's going to be my most significant cost, is paying for a bus or a van to transport them. But our food costs and those type of things is going to be lower. I also don't have to make the insurance adjustment, although I think in the last 2 years you took care of that, so I didn't have to make it anyway, so that was good. But hopefully we'll be back running next summer with an overnight camp for 2 weeks, and the Forest Service is going to pick up half of that expense for us. They were going to do it for us this year, we just couldn't work out the COVID issues. But they're going to pick up half of the expense, so we're going to be able to go from 1 week to 2 weeks with no additional cost. And I should be able to add in through the Forest Service an intern, and that'll take some of the pressure off of Mike doing it. The $3,000 positive is the only increase I've asked for in this budget. That's mandated by the state on software that we have to provide for Shauna, who is the youth services supervisor. There's a software program that we have to report to the state statistics for what we do, which is how Shauna gets her funding. $9,000 of her income is paid through the state, as well as computer is provided by, a printer. Everything but the computer is provided for Shauna. Why they don't provide the computer, I don't know, but they don't do that. But we have to provide the computer, they provide all the peripherals for it, and we have to provide this software. And we bought it 3 years ago, the new software. It was this is completely off memory, right at $5,000 expense. Every year is a $3,000 expense for their maintenance cost on that. So that's already, I have no negotiation on that. It's negotiated by Nashville. We pay the bill on it. So other than our lines, the ones I say I can't control, which are I guess we really can, but are the payroll lines. We try to reduce something out of each one of our line items to get us down a little bit more conservative while we're going through the COVID issues. Now, to kind of echo what Marty said, I'm working 60 hours a week right now, putting, or more, depending on what you count for phone calls, because I get phone calls 24/7. But we're ramping back up to full speed now. Our courts are running to late at night. I have 3 employees, Beverly, who's my assistant, and to answer Chad's question before you asked it, because you said you ask everybody this, 2 of my positions require degrees, and that would be Mike and Shauna. Shauna's position is mandated by the state to have a 4-year degree and to have, they each have a continuing education requirement. Mike's position is as a youth services officer, which is basically a youth probation officer. It's mandated by statute. It's a 2-year degree. It will be changed either this legislative session or next to a 4-year degree as well. Mike has that. Either way, we're good. But they do require degrees. We are, to answer the follow-up question to that, Mike's position is up to scale with McMinn County, a little less than Loudoun County. Shauna's position as to both counties is lower on pay, but we're competitive at this point with those 2 positions. The assistant position, and the reason why she's called an assistant is if I called her a paralegal, state law requires that she have a paralegal certificate at the least, which is a 2-year degree, and a 4-year degree if you're one of the state paralegals. So we call them assistant and we get by with it, so it's fine. But Beverly does a lot more than just what an assistant would do. She's helping with some of the research and things like that. But I, of course, would jump at the chance to get them a raise, but I understand the stress that we're under as a county. And I've talked to all of them because it was my intention this year to ask for a new part-time position in the youth services office to try to get them some help. But since COVID has come up, we've reduced what we've been able to do because schools have been closed or been operating on this half virtual, half in-person class. So I think that we're safe in saying that for another year, we can go without an increase without any help. Mike and Shauna have really stepped up. During the whole time that we were supposedly shut down, the way we worked was, I came to court every day. I was here physically in the building, at least for the office hours, and sometimes much longer than the office hours. Mike and Shauna work from home, because a lot of what they do is they take call and they answer those like a probation officer would do. Shauna also came in 3 times a week during times when no other public was here, and she went through all of the reporting that has to go into the state. And I took care of all the reporting into to the state from the general sessions side. Beverly worked 3 days in office, 2 days at home. We just split it up for her. She did her scheduling from home and her paperwork while she was in office. So we've tried to keep, although I've answered this question a lot of times for people in the public, what did we do during all the time we had off? Well, we weren't off. I was designated by the Supreme Court as the emergency judge for the county, which means that I covered all courts for the county writing emergency orders and emergency jurisdiction for all courts of the county. So, I went from having my normal 6 jurisdictions up to having 12 jurisdictions for a while. So it was a busy time for us. But we worked, we worked through it. We've tried to cut our costs because we also knew that we weren't bringing in the revenue that we normally bring in through General Sessions Court and through Marty's office. I know that's a big part of the revenue that comes into the county, and it has drastically dropped. To answer a question that's not been asked, but I think you should ask me, probation services, which we do as a private venture right now, they contract with us, has increased their collections by about 60%. Now that's over the 6 years since they've taken over, or I'm sorry, 5 years since they've taken over. They've increased collections by more than 60% on a per case incident. So they're doing a really good job. We're seeing a turnaround benefit from them being in probation services, taking that over from what is that? I can't think of who that was that had it before. Ether, sorry, blanking out there. Ether had it before. We switched over, and they're really have big turnaround for us in our income coming in as far as percentage-wise. Unfortunately, everybody is down statewide on what they're collecting right now on fines, costs, and fees. So, does anyone have any questions? And I apologize for doing this off the top of my head, but I was running a little late getting down here.
Well, I've got one question on the salary. Could we not cut the judge's salary?
No, sir. State law mandates that one.
You're the only one mandated, I think.
I want,
All elected officials.
all elected officials are mandated, so, but
They're seeing some of that one.
they're right. I'm the only one in my department force mandated.
Who's the only one extended, but you have that to work.
Yeah, that's, we were automatically deemed essential before they even had a chance to deem anybody essential, so. No, we, along those lines though, our census numbers, they said they came in and then they said they're not in, and I got online earlier today, was looking at it, and they've not given official numbers yet. If we do go to Class 1 county status, something to be thinking about in the next few years is there's a mandated magistrate at Class 1 county status, which means you're also eligible to have a second judge. That's not what I'm saying we need to do. But we are mandated that eligible for a second judge after a private act in the legislature, but you're mandated to have a magistrate. And what some counties have done with that is made a magistrate just for the purpose of signing warrants. They've done a magistrate like a judicial commissioner just for the purposes of dealing with that type of thing. And some counties do it as a magistrate to help hear cases. Of course, if you do that, it has to be an attorney that's appointed to that position. Something to think about is if you do a magistrate just to do warrants, you're spending money where you could have a magistrate saving you from having to go up in judges. Because judges, I'll be honest, we're expensive. Because we are mandated by state law at a certain rate of pay. Magistrates are not. The county commission sets a magistrate's rate of pay. And that is one way you can put in to have relief in the courts without spending the cost of asking, like Loudoun County just added their second judge 3 or 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And that effectively doubled the positional cost. So this budget would be doubled in effect if you added a new judge. You add a magistrate and go the pathway of having an attorney magistrate so you can have them hear cases.
But we don't have the courtroom space over there.
We do.
Do we?
We would have to finagle, but we do.
Yeah, you can use the old court.
We can use those if we had to. I'll tell you, and I know this is off subject, I don't mean to take up all your time. My theory on if we did receive a magistrate is I would appoint them to hear civil cases and traffic cases, which would free up 2 days of my week. That would allow me to add in an extra general sessions criminal day and an extra juvenile day. And by doing that, I could cut down these late night dockets that we're having. I'm there on Tuesdays and Thursdays, that's my criminal and my juvenile day. Tuesday night, if I get home before 10:30 or 11, I'm happy. Thursday night, if I get home before 7 or 8, I'm happy. That's our 2 longest days. And the other days just fluctuate. Right now, I'm setting cases, my earliest time to get a half-day case, earliest time to get a half-day case is September. The earliest time to get a 2-hour case in with me is sometime in July. And if you want a full day, I can't set anything for you till probably November, December. Now, my court, when we do a multiple day trial, I don't have that ability. Like the criminal court does or circuit court, they set aside blocks of weeks and hear their cases. I have cases that take that long, but I have to finagle them in and put them a day here, a day there, a day here, because I don't have I've got 5 days of a week in 6 different jurisdictions that I'm responsible for, so I don't have the time to break in there. So, you know, we're overworked, but it's part of it right now.
So would a magistrate also bring in more revenue because
Yes.
they hear more?
The magistrate would help you with, clearing cases.
Right.
Until you clear cases, you don't get fines, fees, and costs. Now, of course, that's, the idea behind that is that people are actually paying them when they're ordered to pay them,
Exactly.
and that's always gonna be a problem. But you've got some, and that's where I've really been pleased with Greg Mitchell, misdemeanor probation, is they were really on to him about paying. And the other thing I asked him to start with is if you have a restitution order, I want that paid first, because that's a victim of crime, I want them reimbursed. And, all of us are concerned with how the public perceives what we're doing. And that's one thing that I think the public, I've heard people say that it's the first time that some business holders that unfortunately suffer a lot from this. I've heard them say it's the first time they've ever been paid.
So the victims now get paid first.
Victims get paid first. We take our money next, and then the fine part, which all goes to the state, is the last thing paid. And we're allowed to do that statutorily. We can break it down like that. So we've set it up to where when he's collecting, he collects in that order and turns it in. He does, twice a month, he submits the, one check with it all itemized on what he's collecting. So,
I think it's interesting to look at if we could, just to keep lower your burden and maybe bring in more revenue. So.
I think if it's from a fiscal standpoint, when we get to that point, we're not here in this fiscal year. It may not be even the next fiscal year. If you look on the website for the census, they're saying they may not have the finalized numbers till November, which would put us, by the time they get trickled down to us, we may not even be ready for the next fiscal year to say we're a Class 1 county. But if it were to come, I think financially, it makes more sense to look at them as somebody who can hear cases, because that puts off your need to have a second. McMinn County did it really well. When they went to Class 1 status, they started the magistrate. And they started out the magistrate initially just hearing, I think, just juvenile cases. And as they have grown, they have expanded to the magistrate what he can hear. Now, all that is the judge saying, I authorize them to hear this, because you still have a right of appeal to the elected judge. So, I mean, they can still say, you know, I'm not satisfied with the magistrate's ruling, I want the elected judge to hear it, and we just set a trial date for it.
So magistrate's appointed by us?
Magistrate's appointed, and normally it's appointed by the judge.
Oh, okay.
They would be a line item employee in the budget. So, the other way to do it would put them as a line item employee in either the sheriff's budget or the clerk's budget, and that's a magistrate solely to sign warrants. And if you do it in the sheriff's budget, you're gonna have legal issues with that. So, because there is a question of them being a neutral and detached magistrate when they're an employee of the sheriff's department. Some counties in Tennessee do it that way. It's just, it has raised problems for them to do it that way.
Well, if the magistrate, then that would cut back in the clerk's office, right?
That would, the magistrate would and can cut back in the clerk's office, because you can authorize them to be the one signing warrants. You're still gonna need to have somebody that can swear to the warrants, but that during business hours can always be the clerk. And after hours, you can do that as an on-call rotation. Some counties have, and I've not really looked into this too far, so I can't really tell you exactly, but I know some counties have authorized judicial commissioners, which are basically their county commissioners authorized and sworn to sign warrants. And some have appointed separate judicial commissioners with the sole duty to sign warrants. And those can be, you know, they're actually employees of the county commission when they do it that way. Yeah.
Like a whole workshop here, so.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to go through, and CTAS can do a whole lot better explanation of it than I can with how you break that down. But, and there's a lot of concerns with it too, that you have to make sure you're not stepping on any of the constitutional right issues. But, long and short of it is, it's just something we need to be planning on. Because when the mandate comes down, we've got to have a plan in effect to satisfy the mandate. So, I know that's sometime off to worry about right now, not something I have to worry about on this budget.
Census has to go to, what, 50,000?
50,000 makes us class one, and we were at 46 something before, so.
Well, I seen somewhere where it's saying we're 47 something now.
Well, that's the anticipated, every year they have to put out the anticipated to get funding, and that was our anticipated for 2019, 2020. But the official one, like just today, they released the one where the numbers to reallocate for Congress and the Electoral College, that just came out today. And slowly they'll trickle down the different numbers down to the county level. So when we get that, then the legislature has to act and declare as class one. So it takes a while. It's not gonna be automatic when those numbers come out. But then we fall under all those requirements at that point. The things, I mean, court-wise, I can report to you, things are going well. We're busy, but, I mean, the court's working well right now. We're figuring things out still in this building as we go, interacting with the different folks in it. But it is nice, I will say, it's very nice to have the clerks and the judges and the inmates all in the same building where we're not waiting for people to be brought across town or try to find out what's going on. It has helped. And I think it's cut our costs down from my end of what we do.
Are you using the video arraignment?
I use the video arraignment every day.
Good.
And I take all my pleas right now by video, which we're not gonna be allowed to do much longer. Once the COVID state of emergency is lifted, you're supposed to take a plea in person. And they've relieved that right now to let us use video during COVID, but once they take away the state of emergency, we'll have to go back. That'll slow us down some, because we've got a pretty good process right now on how we bring them in, run them through there. When they have to actually bring them in person up to the courtrooms, it's gonna slow us down some, but I still think it's something, I don't think that's gonna be the holdup of the day. We've got enough other things that create holdups during the process. And enough blame there to go around for everybody, so. All right.
Good job.
Well, I appreciate
Thank
y'all
you.
and all the support. We, our juvenile programs, like I said, we're kind of holding off right now just because I don't want to put the kids in any situation where we're spreading anything. But we plan to hit it hard when we get back to normal, because that's where we're seeing the most benefit, and not, keeping people out of the system. We're having a hard time right now with kids. You're seeing a lot of charges we've never seen before with kids, because they're not in school, they're not supervised, they're having way too much time on their hands. And adults, we're seeing the same thing, because you got kids or adults that act like kids, and they come over and over and over through the system. And if they're not supervised, they'll get in trouble, so. Well, we got, if you're interested in how it works, I got 212 inmates, or 212 defendants coming tomorrow. So.
Good luck.
Yeah, you're welcome to be here. Thank y'all.
Thank you. We're gonna hear all these and vote on them, or?
We got, yeah, that much officials.
No.
Kim Bivens. Page 19 is Kim Bivens. Thank you.
Page 13.
19.
Okay. My budget is basically the same. I did ask for my employees a 5%, salary increase. I had an employee to retire, so that was $2,900 out of the longevity that was taken off. And everything else is the same, except for the
We moved one assistant to a deputy.
I was just combining those lines,
Oh, okay.
my salary lines, to be paid out in one line.
Okay.
It's the same amount, even though it looks like more, there was 5% added to it, but if you took out that 5%, exactly that 34,258 moved into line 106, and that would consolidate all the salaries to be paid out in one single line.
So basically the increase is the 3%, yes. Or
Yes.
5.
Or 5.
Uh-huh.
Pretty simple, isn't it?
Yeah, it just, yes, it is, simple. Compact.
So has your company been, or your office been swamped with here lately with?
Most definitely, and it really hasn't let up, but it has been extremely lately. I think it was like 71 documents today,
Yeah, it's a constant.
which is a
influx.
good thing, you know, for the economy.
I think it's something.
No, any questions? No.
Pretty simple.
Well, thank you all, I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you. And they wanted to know who's next out in the highway.
What's next, Libby?
Oh, excuse me, Marcia?
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you all.
Marcia's on page 46 and 49. 46 and 41.
Okay.
46 and 49.
I turn my phone. Okay, I've got 2 budgets, and I'm just leaving them the same, I'm not asking for anything, but I am asking for my employees a 5% raise. That'll be all. Any questions? Okay, I know y'all have a hard job. I'd hate being in y'all's shoes.
Why don't we get paid
Y'all do
big
a
bucks?
good job.
Why don't we get paid big bucks?
Soon we get 5%.
Right.
Soon we get 5%.
Yeah. How's that here?
Marcia, there's just one line on the, data processing services, it's going up $1,500.
Oh, it is?
For the state, it was 27,000.
Oh, it's going up.
Paid.
Yeah, on your,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, the state, I didn't look at that, I forgot about that, Courtney. It's going up on my state line, what was that? The property assessor 317.
Yes.
It's going up because of not more parcels.
Means the reappraisal.
The reappraisal is in 2030, so it's just around the corner
We're 5 years old.
every 5 years. Yeah.
Way they're selling, they're probably gonna praise high.
Oh my gosh, they're doubling and tripling. It's bad.
I like Loudoun County, their appraisal was real high.
Yeah,
I don't see how some of these houses are appraised as what
I
people
don't
are asking.
either. I don't know that. Of course, with that, when the appraisals go up, the tax rate comes down.
Yes, that's even
That's
out
the
by law.
thing. And then you all can make the decision the next year, what you're
Tax
gonna do.
rate comes down and
The appraisals
the
go up.
taxes go up.
The value goes up and the tax rate goes down.
Yeah,
I think you said last time it went down 12 cents. didn't it?
09 and 97.
Yes, that's it.
is that it? Okay. Well, thank y'all.
Well,
That's it.
we asked Marta.
I will.
Thank you, Marta.
Okay, thank you.
Marta Hall is next, and she's on page 52.
What we next?
Hi. I don't have any changes to my budget except for 334. I have an increase in my printing of the tax bills this year that went up with Presto and their cost of ink and paper. And then the increase I'm asking for in salaries. Those were the only two increases with my maintenance lines and my, just the general other lines that go up with retirement and everything else that.
Goes along with it. Pretty simple, straightforward. so.
Questions? Rebecca, questions for Marta?
How many deputies do you have? How many full-time and how many part-time?
I have 3 deputies, and I have a part-time tax coordinator, and then I have my chief deputy.
You offer online payments.
We do, and we have the pay at the bank program.
Is that, just with one bank branch or?
No, we have BB&T, Volunteer Federal, People's Bank, and Simmons.
Okay.
We went to Simmons this year as well.
So they just collect money and then give it to you or put it in your account?
Yeah, and then we receive it into our system. Been very helpful to people that in the
Yeah.
community, they've been appreciative of that service. Works a lot like your electric bill,
Yeah.
if you go pay your electric bill. Okay,
This is pretty simple.
You asked Larry to bring it in.
okay, I will, thank
Thank
you.
you, Larry.
Does the property assessor not have part-time? Property assessor not have a part-time line?
Yes, they do.
It's in the reappraisal.
Part-time. Reappraised.
Larry's on page 55.
Hey, wait, I'm gonna bring you kids, where's yours?
Oh, well, I guess y'all have my budget request in front of you,
You went down.
and, you don't need money. I will say, I was told today, I'm in the hole on my postage, which I told you that was gonna happen.
but I think we could squeeze it out of some other things this year. And the only increase I asked for was, maintenance repair services and, postal charges, $3,500. And, raised the travel, $475. And I took, no, $2,475. And I took all that out of, office equipment because I don't think I'll have to buy anything this year. So that was why I had to, that was why I was able to not ask for a postage increase next year. And so I just switched some things around, and I'll probably have to put it back in office equipment next year, but I knew we was gonna have a tough budget this year, so I tried to keep it without asking for any new money.
And then we added the postage
Oh, yes,
machine
yes.
in there, and we
Yeah,
did
you'll
that
look at
because
that.
of COVID.
Miss Levy and them put that in there for me.
We put
I
a
think
note
this-
on, to the side of it on there, but it's added on their copy.
Yeah.
Because they have to mail massive
Oh,
amounts, and it's about twice a
Amazing how much
day.
mail we go
And
through.
they can just, instead of having to leave their station and come back there, they can just go in another room up front and run it through the postage meter and take care of it that way.
That's-
And it cuts down on the exposure to the public, too, coming in
Appreciate
and
you
out
doing
there.
that too, man.
Well, sometimes it wasn't that expensive.
Yeah.
How are you doing on the kiosk?
Well, I've not got it yet. They're still waiting on Blount County to turn loose of it. They're getting a new one. Some of you may not have heard about this, but, this year, I talked to Blount County Clerk's office, the clerk, and I've been interested in this kiosk machine where you get your renewals, just through a kiosk. And, I mentioned it to her again. I had been up there one time, picked some tags up, and I looked at hers. I said, I really like to have one of those. I don't know if we can afford it or not. She said, well, we're fixing to take one out of the library. They'll use very little. I think like 3,500 transactions. And, they're gonna put one at their main office in the wall where they've got a drive-through, which I wish I had one of them. I had a walk-up.
Proud of that.
Next best thing. So anyway, I called the salesman, talked to him, and these things sell for $13,500, and I'm getting this for $8,500. And, I'm putting it in the Sweetwater office. Because Sweetwater, they got the Walmart, and they got the Rural King, they hardly ever come to Madisonville unless it's just to make a special trip. And I've had an office at People's Bank, and of course, we've had one there for years. And we're paying for this. We've got a special fund that comes out of business tax license. And, it's a specific account. You can't, it's not to go to the general fund or anything. It's to spend for anything computer related. So I thought, I'm gonna try that. And I'll be honest with you, if it works, I'd like for the county commission to work with me. Maybe we can put one in Von Orr and Tellico both. And that would help me employee-wise, because I've got an employee that I send to Tellico every Friday, and we don't really do that much work up there. And we could really use her here on Friday. It's usually 1 to 1:30 before they come back, so that'd be almost like I was getting an extra employee 1 day a week. And I know the initial cost, now they're $13,500 new, but if we had 2 of them, that's $27,000. They're bound to last at least 10 years, so you're not talking a whole lot of money. Plus, you may save having to hire another employee, too. So I'm gonna see how this one works.
Do they charge a transaction fee?
Sir?
Does the machine charge a transaction fee? Do you know?
Yeah, they do. Even at my office, anytime you use that card, I explain, some people were fussing about it.
3.5.
And I say, most people don't realize this, but when you go to the store, they're paying that fee. And I said, the state of Tennessee ain't gonna pay nothing. And they kinda understand when I explain it to them. It's $2.03 to renew one. It's what we charge in my office, it'd be the same thing now.
So the kiosk is just for renewals?
Sir?
The kiosk is just for renewals?
Yeah, renewals on.
I'm actually move forward with that.
Yeah, I think it'd be,
A big plus,
it would be not only helping my office, but I think it'd be such a good service to the county, because, I've talked to Chris White too, and he said we could use their bank lobby. So anytime the bank's open, you can pop in there and renew a tag. So I think it'd be a good thing, I really do. We'll see how this will work.
I mean, $2, you spend that coming from Teleco out here in gas.
Well, it's like I said, even the people don't come in my office, Chris, you'd be surprised how, we'll have $10,000-12,000 in cards and fees on all of those, you know. People, we had to, actually, at one time, a few years ago, we had to send people away until they had to go to an ATM machine. Now, that really got irritating to some
I got
people.
an earful too.
So, yeah, so we finally broke down and started taking the credit, best things we ever done. Best things we ever done. Web renewal, that's another great thing we done. So we try to stay up with the times as much as we can.
Just
We're
get
a old
Angela,
country boy, I don't know much about computers.
just get Angela up on them firewalls. and we'll be okay.
Yeah. Oh, now, I don't know if there's any salary increases to be given this year, but I would like, I think the boss or manager, whatever you want to call it, I think they should have a little discretion in how these things are used, the funds are used. Because we know what everybody does. But some people in my office got more training than others. Some more capable maybe of doing other things. You know, we've all got special things that we can do. Mine's fishing, by the way, but I do pretty good at that. But I would like y'all to consider that. I think we talked about it one time, but that's up to you all. That's just a suggestion. Anybody got any questions? Any more questions? Well, thank y'all for listening to me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
That's it that's out there, I think.
That's the mayor's meeting.
What do everybody think about the, letting them divide the, if we have a piece, divide it for sale?
Well, they're asking for that, and I did a little work on that, and I'll tell you about it later on. It's very difficult, they're at some different stages. You'll have a chief deputy and one over here that's worked 40-some years will make $8,000 more than one that's come in, just has a year's experience, and they're asking for it. And what they're doing, they're hiring new people in at the wages of the person who left that position. And so they're asking for a little bit of, to be able to pay the workers for their abilities and their dedication, is what they're asking for. Anyway, I can go over some of that with you a little bit later on, and about the salary study and all that. But if you'll notice, almost every one of them have asked for that same thing to come in, and I hear that weekly.
I mean, the stipends is a good thing, but to do it fairly, I mean, just give everybody a flat thing wouldn't be fair in my opinion, because somebody's been here 30 years or somebody might have been here 2 or 3. So, you know.
I'll tell you on the issue we had, if you want to call it issue, when we done that a few years ago, some of them got a lot more than the others. Some of them did get nothing, if I remember correctly. And I don't have no issue because anywhere I've worked at, I've been paid by my performance. It's not a question of how long I've been there. It was based on what I did. They sat down with an evaluation, and I kept that evaluation. They said, hey, this is what you've done, blah, blah, blah. If you're ABC performer, this is what you got. You know, so I think most places are that way.
But you got a job description and they actually done that.
We have job
Absolutely.
descriptions for every person in Monroe County.
Yeah, you have to have that job.
That was one of the things I was gonna tell you later, is, you know, we had this salary study done years ago. I can have it updated, but it's gonna cost about $10,000 to have it updated. And basically, it would be legal issues that would be covered in that, because we have what you're supposed to bring them in at an entrance on these different positions, but they're not really doing that. And you have to understand too, that because these are elected positions, that nepotism is alive and well in Monroe County. They're elected officials, and they all have, they hire people in, and they pay them. If somebody leaves now and they make $32,000 a year, the person they hire in, they'll hire in at that $32,000 rather than bring him back in. So, and I did a little work on it. I looked at all the chief deputies, and it's amazing. It's amazing. But then they're elected officials and they can do that. So it has pros and cons both ways, to answer your question, Jay. You can see that if they're good managers, then they should be able to do that. If they can do it without the political end coming into it. And that's always a negative amount, as far as I'm concerned. But each one of these job descriptions have whether a degree is required or not. And we went through all that years ago. They're in my office. And at one time I gave them out, but I'll be glad to give you job descriptions on any of them. If you want them all, I'll be glad to give you that. We can email that to you. And each department is different, you have to understand. When you look at, I call them the upfront offices, you look at Marna Holmes, the trustee's office, the register of deeds, county clerk, property assessors, and then you look at Marty Cooks, there are 5, and then Teresa Cho's, there's 6, and they have pretty much the same positions in there, but the amount that they're paid is wide and varied.
There's nothing we can do about that.
Sorry?
You said there's nothing we can do about that. It's up to.
No, they're elected officials.
If you give them money, at a bulk money, so to speak. I'd be okay with something like that if I think the personnel committee and draw up a form of appraisal, and they had held on to the appraisal for an employee, not just here.
And then finance is different, you know, and mine require lots of those degrees, experience. And there's, if anything, I go in the other direction. I'll say, who do you know? Who's your best friend? If you've got best friends political, then I don't want you in my office, because it can't be political in there. And so it kind of goes the other way. But because of the nature of the beast, there's not a lot you can do about it. So I have sandwiches over here, and we have drinks, and it's up to you all if you'd like to have it now, before the mayor starts.
Don't worry about it.
Or if you want to go and let him start with his and then stop later on and eat, whatever you want to do.
We can break it down, cause I'm gonna leave later, I don't wanna miss it.
Well, so let me tell you, I've got in the refrigerator, and I'll bring them out, I've got regular Cokes, Diet Cokes, Mountain Dew, Sprite, and water. And we have chips.
I agree with you. I'd look at that. The other thing I want to say too, I don't know what to do, and probably just piss off a bunch of people, but I'd like to see.
I hope they can give him a mirror.
Teresa. Let's do Teresa's before we break real quick.
I
I don't know how bad at you.
just don't think.
How hungry are they? Are you hungry or hungry? Teresa was traveling tonight.
No, so for you.
Oh, it's been Fayetteville, Arkansas. Well, I tasted it a minute ago, so I think
You can basically buy 2 machines with a cost of hire one employee.
Teresa's son has been in a track meet. She's been in Arkansas, so she just flew into town.
He ran at Arkansas University. He has four Roberts universities in Tulsa.
What number, I'm sorry?
We're good.
What number are you, Tricia?
Well, he paid issues this year, so he's having
Page
problems.
64, y'all.
My dollar's on
You know what
That's great, 64. Had Bryce not ended up with all. the issues
64 to
he's had.
69.
Mine is short and sweet, pretty much. I did ask for 5% raise for my employees. As you all know, during the COVID pandemic, or whatever you want to call it, my employees were essential employees, and they were there every day. There is not one, we did not rotate schedules, we did not, somebody came in, somebody was off. My employees were there every day during the whole pandemic, unless they were obviously off for a vacation day or something like that. So I did ask for a raise for them. And if you'll recall, last year I asked for $15,000 to be put in my other supplies and materials. That was to be used to complete some renovations in my offices. Basically, what it was to either go for a jury box in the upstairs courtroom where we have now moved to, or it was to put plexiglass or some type of bulletproof glass in my offices. We don't have any type of barriers in our offices, which has been kind of a struggle during this time. We have signs on the door. You come to the door and you knock. We come to the door to help you. So we've still been operating, but I am asking that if that doesn't get completed before the end of this fiscal year, that $15,000 be allowed to stay in there to complete that project, hopefully next year, in the upstairs offices where we're moving to. And the only other thing really I've asked for is that the $25,000, which is in the DELTX fund, which is not my money, it is in the delinquent tax fund. That is used for certified mail, notices, summons, everything that has to run in the newspaper for the delinquent tax sales. And that's a requirement. I mean, we obviously have to do that. That's not something that we can avoid, and it's not something that really I can do out of my budget personally, because as you all know, there was about 935 taxes just turned over for the 2019 taxes just turned over this month. On a good note, we have collected approximately, I can tell you, from July the 1st of 2020 through April the 23rd of 2021, we have collected $591,699 in delinquent taxes. The year before that, we had $849,000, but that included a tax sale, which obviously made that amount higher. But the previous year, we had $611,000. So we're on target to at least have that much by the end of this fiscal year. And just had a call today, they tell me, before I got back, of a gentleman who has about $10,000 worth of taxes who's coming in tomorrow to pay. So,
Any idea how much total we have that's delinquent? Just curious.
I do not know the total of that.
And delinquent, how far can they go back?
Well, right now they go back on the list to 2013 because we just completed the 2012 sale.
Right.
Normally, you would not go back that far, and once we get these caught up, we had a little bit of an issue with our tax sales. We're getting ready to either do 13 through 16, 13 through 18, or 13 through 19 to catch them all up. The only problem becomes when you try to do from 13 to 19 and you have one taxpayer that has all those years due, the likelihood of that person being able to keep their property is pretty small. So that's kind of why we have in the past split it up a little bit to try not to take someone's property away from them. So, but we are on track to get caught back up. Then you would only be looking at probably 2 years because we just had 19s turned over, and when the 19s were turned over, we would have a sale on those probably by next year, late next year or early the following year. But we do have a plan to get those caught up, taken care of.
It'll be a pretty quiet crowd.
Have you? Okay. Nobody has any questions? If you do think of something later, you can always contact me. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. You want to join us since you're in the room?
I'm walking for you.
Thank you, Teresa. All right, everybody.
That's good.
Come on here.
Probably.
I said, I guess I'm walking. So I did. Took me about 30 minutes. Thank you all.
Thank you.
What's up?
Yeah, that's not the same thing, it's the second one. Roger? Yes, Roger, you ever get, Roger, you fixing that over there? Whew. No wonder. Hey, Mr. Shad, how you doing?
How's that? How are you, sir?
Staying busy.
Yeah, always. Something all the time.
Take off, 80 degrees.
Weird weather. Had a guy today, he went to the bank, talked to her, what do you do? Hey, somebody calls me every day.
A lot of this little, it's about that time. I know she had that back in.
I'm gonna place down through there, guy owns property in Connecticut, and, he rents it out. I didn't know. I just know shit. Oh, I would've been named that. Another road named after him. You know, we go that highway, you go down, come back to where I'm at, fine.
30 or so.
If you go to the end of it, you come down the bridge, you take a right, go back toward the church, take a left, come back to fine.
That's the last thing I want to have to do is go over and mow and stuff like that.
They don't have
grass there.
I guess the people that sometimes it's just for us on Facebook with them, I just live. I bet he's a hoot. Oh, yeah. Hell, Lord.
And I've got the class already on the phone.
Oh.
Mud holes, whatever.
You're throwing lots.
Oh, yeah.
We had a boy acting out the car one day, and Mr. Shane just got him right there, boy, he just calmed down. Who? No kissing. I never will forget that, I laughed, I thought that was so funny. I don't know what he did.
Oh, who is that?
Yeah.
We've had so many people, I mean,
No, it was.
I don't think I've been, and I don't know how many like females,
Anything
but
that
I'm talking about
Dr. Fisher
physically.
was But they're not.
Good.
Yeah, he figured it out. He and I, we feel like, trying to figure it out. And so we got to do that. Okay. I think. Just need to be, you know, grow and look at it and percentages where I don't talk about where yeah.
It was in my pocket. It's even blue. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, my share. He asked if I fixed them all. That's what
Are you interested? Because that's really what. Detail. But, it was not.
He found,
I should have told you.
No, it's not. No.
There's so much pollen in there, my eyes are just.
Everybody,
But, I don't know how you got all that time together.
Courtney has an addiction.
Oh, sure.
Oh, and I've already got one.
So, anyway, whatever.
Let's say there's something on.
Sure.
Yeah.
I actually like it.
You know, we, but this is,
I know. Yeah.
that's great more than they get now. So that's.
about 3,000.
So what? Freeze. That's for sure. If you would like, if you could write
There's ice up there.
you can use my, I think I understand.
Yeah. Yes, that was the first time. No, they didn't go long, but they may start trying to do that. So that's good. Oh, yeah? That's good for them to do, yeah. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Did she?
Don't think so, I think I started doing that.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing, yeah.
Judge works for him every time. You're just in the morning.
You can't believe it, I heard
I
that.
can't believe he said that. I don't know if it's back to,
I mean, you know, you take care of your patient. So.
heard anything pop up about the meeting?
No, I think,
No, I mean, I'm already hold on autopsy. I mean, that's something we can.
I've been asked to. I've been asked to. I said, Neil wants a little bit more.
It'd be nice, but.
We're just doing that because it was skipping around.
Okay.
I think I'll come in with that, drive there for 10 months. Well,
And that's two days, two trips.
for the rest of the life. Well, but that is the same as the
Alright, we'll go ahead and get started, and please go ahead and eat, and, won't hurt my feelings at all. Instead of having 15 department heads or directors come in and out, I'm gonna do my very best to present all 15 budgets, and those that are in my, at the end of the day, it is my responsibility, but I can't say that I can answer every question about every budget, but I'll do my very best. We'll start on page 5 with County Commission, and we don't have any changes there. Of course, we've actually, due to COVID and travel, we do still have some money in some of those areas in there. And I'm sure that you've received the emails from Mr. Connor and TSCA, and if you're interested, the legislative conference is going to be in Gatlinburg in May this year. And if you would like for us to make those reservations, or if you want to make those reservations, typically that 355 line is what we pay for those rooms and costs out of. So if you need any assistance or want to go, I do know that one of the big topics that they're supposed to discuss this year is the American Rescue Plan funding, and how that can be allocated, and that changes every week. But just in case you're interested, be glad to, girls in office would be glad to help you out on that, on registration or reservations.
A couple questions in this here. I see we, in the actual budget, we only done 94,000 in buildings and contracts. Then we went up to 125. Is that because of the jail, or is that,
That's what we budgeted, yes.
could we budget like 20,000 less? Because if we're not spending it, I mean,
And all of the insurance wasn't on that line, so I can look up and tell you what we've paid to date.
yeah, I mean, there's a couple of them. Hey, we budgeted 250 for workman's comp, and then 113 with the tax relief program. What's that on?
That is where elderly or disabled people get a refund, a small refund, it's like $75 on their taxes.
Property tax.
Yes, you
Right,
have to
property
apply
tax.
for it,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
and
That's
so
really
that
good.
comes out of the county's funding, yes.
The state gives them like 135 or something like that, and we get 75.
Can we do that now for like the first budget item? Can we up that 10,000?
To help them, to help our elderly. I'm assuming one of those, yes, you may.
They have to show proof of income on kind of stuff, don't they?
What's that?
They have to show what, proof of income.
I'm talking about our side.
Oh.
I have a question.
Okay. Page 8, Equalization Board, that's Marcia's board that she has to evaluate discrepancies or appeals on property tax. Page 10, my office budget, and the increase there this year was our new employee that took Heather's place, of course, went on insurance, and that was primarily the difference there.
So has the state already said there's no increases for the elected officials?
Except for Jeff.
Yeah, not this year. And I don't know, and Judge Thomas was referring to the census, I would be very surprised if we make the 50,000. I think we'll be in that 47, 48. And that's just my guess. But I don't think that we'll make it to, because I think at the end of the day, we just had about a 65% response rate on the census anyway, so.
I don't know, every time I get on 68, I feel there's about 50,000 people in the way.
On a Sunday afternoon especially.
Well, they're saying 47,000 or so.
Yeah, current, yeah, that's what's projected, like last year's. So.
So your insurance just went up your budget.
And the insurance line, anywhere that there's a department that has an insurance line increase, they can't control that.
Right.
So it just depends on what kind of plan, people coming on and off, family plan or individual or spouse, so overall, there was not $1 of an increase on the insurance lines. There's a lot that has moved around.
Some went down, some went up.
Yes, so anywhere there was extra in the line, we pulled that over to put it in where somebody went on a higher plan or something. So this is the second year in a row that we've not increased overall on insurance, which is great.
Libby, do you want me to do mine, or do you want to do HR next, since it's in order? Okay. 14, county attorney, we left it the same. Typically, we don't go over budget on that. We don't expect to go over budget. We won't this year. We just left that the same. Page 22, planning. Had a slight decrease there, primarily on benefits from last year. And many of you know that there was a time that Von Orr was out on the planning. Von Orr's back in on the planning. So Laura has a full slate in that department.
Okay, you answered my question for you now.
Okay. Engineering IT, you're gonna see a decrease in that office, that position. We did not fill that position that was created. Dustin has stepped up and did a marvelous job, and I think Libby could attest to that. And all of our, one of the things that I specifically asked Dustin when we looked at this budget, I said, can we handle it, or can you handle it? And he assured me that he, along with Jordan and Wayne, that we could. I took it at his word, and we were able to do some cost savings there, so.
So the radio annual license, is that something you picked up?
The license, yes, the license, because each radio has to have a license.
That wasn't part of the radio thing
No, that's a yearly thing that we, that has nothing to do with Motorola. That's just something, that's just a yearly.
FCC.
And some of those type items, and Dustin can probably elaborate more, some of those type items Dustin has picked up, Denny has picked up. Page 28, code. Stacy may have talked about this last Monday, but he has no changes in codes. Page 30, GIS. You see some cost savings there, and that happened to be the best of both worlds. When Tracy moved down to Soil Conservation District, Wayne and I, we decided not to fill that position, so Wayne was fine with it, and Tracy's happy, Wayne's happy, everybody's happy. We had a cost savings in that department as well. And I tell you, Wayne, of course, you've heard the same theme over and over since the very first night, how diverse and, I guess, team-oriented our employees. And I'm talking about every county employee. It's amazing. Wayne is one of those that we're constantly asking him for things. Cities are asking him for things. So Wayne does a tremendous job along with all of our employees. 33, county buildings. This is one of the few budgets that requested a pay raise, and that is simply because these individuals were certainly at the front lines of COVID, keeping our facilities safe, clean, did a lot of extra outside work as far as things like Teresa was talking about, the shields, the counters, those type of things. So Brandon has requested a raise. However, he did include that within his budget, moving some money around to do that.
What is 189? That is salaries and wages.
That is one of his employees. A long time ago, they had them split out separately. So line
something you
One
probably could
sixty-four,
Yeah.
166, and 189, those are all the exact same salary, and all three of those are budgeted in a separate line.
So it's custodial?
Uh-huh,
Okay.
they're all three the same custodial positions.
What is the status of our buildings, Mayor?
Well, and I'm glad you asked, because I was getting ready to bring up, Libby's aware of this, and we've been very fortunate with CARES money that we've received to do some improvements at no cost and no cost to some of these budgets. We do have an issue at the old courthouse on the front porch. And it is becoming a situation where basically the wood up under the eave is starting to rot. Well, it is rot. There's no other way to say it. And we've had some folks just come by and look at it and give some eyeball estimates, and we don't know if that's a $10,000 project or a $50,000 project. But I think at the end of the day, what concerns me and what concerns Brandon, heaven forbid if we ever had a heavy snow on that particular part, we can't know. Typically, everybody wants to hang a banner out there. It is so rotten, you can't even put an eyeball in to hang a banner now. And it goes up in there, and this is over years, some leakage over years. So we still have some courthouse CARES money left. Brandon has been very conservative with his. I would, even if it's this budget year, I would like to move forward. Of course, it'll have to be bid. It's over a $10,000 project, but I would like to move forward with that, because I think it's going to be a pure safety issue at the end of the day. And like I said, we've got some bid specs, and I think that we probably can pay for it out of CARES money and what Brandon has already got. If we do it this year, we can wait till July and do it as well. Chris asked about buildings. We're just replacing an HVAC unit, Larry Sloan's office. That's went out, and we patched it up as much as we can, and we went through the bid process on that, and that bid has been awarded, so they're getting ready to do that.
So this decrease of 95, is that basically grant money coming out? Or?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There's two marked on there that were prior year grants. One of them was for almost 62,000, and one of them for 42,000.
Okay. I mean, I was gonna recommend not to take that out of the budget if we could just use it to make improvements
Right.
to buildings, but
Right.
if it's just grant money coming out.
And, you know, we used the restoration grant for the grout work, and basically what we've been doing, and even prior to us, is one side a year, as we get awarded that. It's not very much money. We still have to match it. It's about a $25,000 grant, I think, which is just barely covers the cost of it. So we only like the side on Volunteer Federal. We finished up, and we were able to do some support work and joint work on JPK. There was some cracks that Brandon noticed. Well, he's noticed for a while. So while we had Wasco there, we asked them to investigate that and to shore that corner up, which would have been directly across from the old dry cleaner place. So we killed two birds with one stone in that.
I just look to be proactive. with
Yes,
what we
yes.
can to try to keep from something big happening.
Right. There's one thing, and I'm sure Philip will tell you the same thing. One thing that can get you in more trouble is deferred maintenance.
Yeah.
So eventually somebody's going to have to pay for it, and it's either up front or later, and that's what we're trying to do is go ahead and tackle those. But can I ask is consent to move forward on this porch project and go ahead and do that?
By all means, let's do it.
That's in this budget?
Well, we've got the money. Well, this is the next year's budget, but we've still got some courthouse CARES money left that, Teresa used a little bit, what we've used. Ended up, I didn't have to pay anything for the outside electrical work that the city and Fort Loudon has been doing on the outside. That came from a TVA grant. I kind of had some money set aside for that, so that money's free again, so we didn't have to pay a penny for that.
We've also got the reserve.
Right, and we do have courthouse reserve funds for that. So, even if it was a $50,000 project, I think that we'd be covered, no problem.
Do we need to do a resolution for that, or is that something that you just do it.
We just gotta go through the bid process, get the specs and do the bid process.
In my mind, it's a no-brainer.
The only thing as a commissioner you might receive, it will be an inconvenience because especially since COVID is dying down, we're having so many events starting to kick back up, and with the city doing their Memorial Park down there, it could hinder some things like a Memorial Day or a Flag Day ceremony. Probably not Memorial Day, we probably can't get the bids in by then, but later on, a Veterans Day program or a Taste of Monroe or something like that. So, I would ask for some patience because it will be a slight mess until they get that shored up, so.
Do you need a vote or consensus on going ahead with that?
Well, I just wanted to be transparent in case anyone asked, and you said, well, what are they doing on the front steps of the courthouse? And with some of the safety grant things, we've got that dreaded doorway out there, so we've been able to get some funding to help with some safety. We've got some money left that those strips that's going up the stairs, which are huge dust and dirt collectors. So we've got some funding. Teresa asked that we can do that, so we're trying to get some bids on that project. So we're just trying to do some things, just in case, and it's all grant money. It's all grant money. Preservation of records, 39. This is Joe's salaries and maintenance agreements and things like that. Her maintenance agreements did go up, and you'll see the copy machine that we had at EC, Joe's copy machine just died on us, and Joe does do a lot of copying and mailing and stuff like that. So you're going to see here in just a second when we get to ECD, there's going to be a decrease in that copy machine. Basically, we installed it down in archives. Instead of buying her a brand new and then going through a new lease program and all that, new maintenance agreements, we swapped that. And so it increases those line items, but it decreases ECD. So it's a wash at the end of the day, but it helps Joe out without having to go purchase a new copy or start a new agreement. And thank finance, they really helped us navigate through that. So.
Hey, just a question on comp pay. Do you have a set amount of comp you allow?
Well, we cap it the same as what the county policy is, but each director, every 2 weeks when they turn their timesheets in, they turn comp time in. And just like most departments, we ask that they take days. Of course, Joe is part-time. And normally part-time don't get comp time, but Joe spends, especially like last year and the year before, Joe spends an inordinate amount of time working overtime. She don't work on Fridays, but she's here almost every Friday working. And believe it or not, with this delinquent tax sale, well, it's not a delinquent tax sale that we're currently having. I think that what Teresa was talking about and what we're doing currently out of our office with Libby's help, Joe had to help us archive some deeds and stuff like that. So I understand where that comp question could come up on hers.
Yeah, even just in general, what is the maximum comp I can feel if I'm working?
243.
243 hours?
Yeah.
So 6 weeks. Sheriff Department's minutes is 84, is that right?
They're a little bit different, and I don't know what
Right, I
theirs
think
is. It's
they're
more than
84.
ours. It's 300 and some.
Yeah, I think we had that issue, we had to pay some people out once upon a time, it hurt us pretty bad because they accumulated so much. I'm just curious, thank you.
Libby. emergency management. Actually, a decrease there because of a grant that we didn't apply for, wasn't eligible for that particular grant. Of course, remember, that salary itself is on a grant, so we get half of that salary paid for through a TEMA grant. Page 102. This is one that I'll go ahead and be totally transparent and honest with you. I'm already in the hole on this. I think February or March, I had 22 autopsies. And those are $1,850 each, and if that's a full autopsy. So Knox Forensic bills us monthly, and the girls in the office, we spreadsheet it, everything from cause of death, if they mention it, to so on and so forth. But we're already in the red on that, so you're going to probably see in May, maybe definitely by June, we'll have to do a budget amendment to even that out. So, and you know, this is one of these things that the sheriff and I have talked to District Attorney Crump, and we're just stuck with this until we can find another source. And, you know, I can't dictate what they request a autopsy on, but, I mean, it is a very costly, and plus, you know, not a day or week goes by that we don't get a letter or call asking for someone to pay for a funeral. And then we have those unclaimed bodies that, you know, we end up taking, and either we pay part of a burial on those, or we cremate, depending on, you know, and Byerly's and Cockers both, they work really well with us on those, but, you know, that's kind of a sad state. Probably we have at least 2 unclaimed bodies a month that we get to pay for and transport. And I really appreciate you supporting the rescue squad, because the rescue squad has to provide transportation to and from Knox Forensic and the hospital on these bodies for us. So I really appreciate you helping them with their expenses.
I think we provide body bags as well, don't we?
We do, and I took a little bit of heat. I'll go ahead and tell you, I took a little bit of heat. I helped them on a transmission on an ambulance, you know, that we donated to them, getting that. But I knew that if that thing was not running, that we were in trouble on forensics. And, you know, like I said, I know that was a nonprofit, and I took it out of community money and some other things that we had. But I knew from a standpoint how many we were running back and forth. And, but I'm afraid this is one of the areas that we're just stuck with. And we get billed. Is it quarterly on our medical examiner or monthly? I don't see that.
Monthly.
A monthly. Okay.
And sometimes they may have to use 2 or 3 of those body bags,
That's right.
depending on what condition the body is.
Something I want to look into, especially with the shorter ambulances. I should mention this to Randy, but sometimes the ambulances are sitting on scene waiting on the rescue squad. To, you know, they're volunteers, there's shortages, just like the fire department. Sometimes they don't have people. But like the other day, they waited 30 minutes on the rescue squad to come get a body 2 streets over from the hospital to transport them to the hospital. That was nonsense. Just stuck them in an ambulance and took them over.
Well, and there's
Get the ambulance
something
back in
there, and I
service.
can't, and I'm not gonna speak for Randy, but if I'm not mistaken, I think there's a statute that we can't do a DOA or transport a body. The flip side, now I understand what you're saying, that's close proximity, but if we tie up an ambulance a half a day going to Knox Forensic, that takes
I'm
it
just
off.
talking about to
But
the
yeah, I
hospital.
get what you're saying,
To the
but
hospital.
I get what you're saying. 105 is JC operations budget, and a couple of things to highlight there. Number one, we still don't have a true snapshot of our operations. We've got a better one than we did this time last year, I think, on our utilities and things like that. Two things, of course, Brandon, he did ask in the other budget, his normal budget, for that increase for his personnel, and he did as well for the ladies that work here. I will show you, I believe it's maintenance agreement 334. And what that is maintenance agreements on just some of the equipment that we have to have come in either inspected and maintained. For example, Ingert is one that comes and looks at some of the equipment, and we have some other agreements too. And to be honest with you, that is more cost savings than if it tied our personnel up all day, every day doing that. And that's a quarterly, sometimes a yearly thing.
Is it HVAC or?
Well, it's boiler, it's fire alarms, it's everything. I mean, that we're required by state, when TCI comes in, we have to show these inspection records and maintenance records, and we have those.
Without hurting his maintenance budget now, is that something we could do countywide?
You have to be certified to do that. That's the thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
All your fire inspections and
Well, yeah, I know that,
sprinkler
but-
and all that.
Oh, you're talking about to encompass every building into that?
Well, I mean, without hurting employees or something, do something that would free up our guys.
Well, and that's exactly right. I mean, for example, we have an agreement, a maintenance agreement with Del Air on HVAC, but when we bidded the HVAC unit out for JPK, Inger came in at a lower. So I think so. I think that is something to look at, and I think that we could probably work that within the budget and not hurt that too much.
It makes sense.
Again, that goes back to the deferred maintenance thing.
Yeah.
And, trying to catch anything up front. Uh, 109 is Teresa's. Hers is pretty straightforward. Again, that's an insurance line item. And of course, a lot of Teresa's is from the state of Tennessee, just a partnership with Monroe County. Oh boy. Animal shelter, 111. Just to give you a snapshot, you see that the budget has pretty well maintained. There was a $3,900 move back and forth, but no net changes at the end of the day. I will say this. Obviously, that by resolution, you gave us permission to start negotiating with McFaw. In the next county commission meeting, or probably, we need just to have a workshop before the county commission meeting to look at that negotiations. And I will tell you this, the negotiated price for what Monroe County would be considerably less than what this number is. This would be just this coming year. But as far as, the agreement to look at McFaw in the future, running the shelter, that was one thing that several commissioners asked said, Mayor, let's try to get under the 230, which is about 202 minus animal control. And many are 207, I believe. 207 minus animal control, and we have negotiated under that point, under 200 actually. So
And we got less liability.
Less liability, and I understand that this is a situation where McFaw has really, again, we were at this point last year when we had protesters out here and it was kind of hairy and things like that. This has came a long way, and they've raised a lot of money, and I feel very comfortable that they're able to proceed with this. If I just thought it was going to be a flop, I wouldn't even be in this conversation. But we've had some great conversations and negotiations. There are some things at the end of the day that, like Jim asked, well, should the cities contribute to animal control and things like that? Well, I've been promised by one city for 3 years that they would contribute, still hadn't got a dollar out of them, but that's just one of those things. But if it's their baby at the end of the day, it'll be theirs to deal with. But I just want to give you an update where that is. So we will probably have a workshop next month to look at that agreement. It is not a contract, it is just what both sides have discussed and talked about, and totally is open for anything that you all want to change.
With that animal control, would you still leave that in the airport budget, or would you be open to moving that to another budget?
Actually, I'm open to move it to another budget, because I'll show you on airport in just a second. I would like to take Tom out of that.
Right, yeah.
And if we eliminate that part-time position at the airport, we can do that. But I do look forward to that workshop. I think that you're gonna see a lot of hard work and give and take by both sides, and some stern discussions, but it's been positive.
I think it's a good move for the county, for both companies.
Page 119, dental. Christie did have an increase.
I can explain.
Yeah, go ahead, Courtney.
Back some time ago, she eliminated a position that was paid out of line 103, and then she had a part-time person filling in, and in the midst of that part-time person going full-time in line 106, we just misbudgeted what they were gonna make full-time, so that $602 increase is not an increase on the person's salary. That was where they were between positions. That's her actual salary that she's making today. So I just want y'all to know, it is no increase, just between the changes over a year ago, that's where that discrepancy came in. And it's no new money, she eliminated a whole line and a whole position up there at the top year before last, so that's just a correction to make our salaries reflect what the person's actually making.
Are they actually making money possible? I know a few years ago we were terrible.
They were very,
I think we could do
they were very
a
close.
lot better.
Yes.
Does she not need no more for supplies? I know I've heard her medical gloves and everything, it went up.
We've been able to get a lot of them through TEAM and FEMA.
Okay.
Yeah, and some of those, like the gowns. Now, her revenue was obviously hurt during COVID because they had to close the office, because they felt under the medical, the dental, the non-essential practices, but she did really well, and especially, and I think we talked a little bit about it during the jail budget, is she's offering dental services here, and I don't exactly know where that revenue goes back in her budget or the jail budget, but she's made quite a bit in at least 3 sessions off of that.
She's gonna make at least $10,000 a year.
Yeah.
If not more. And she's really close. She told me that she probably would be, she could either be 30 short or 30 over. But she's gonna be really close because
That's a good program.
of COVID.
And how much does that, I mean, save the county, just having that in-house service?
Oh.
you know?
Well, she was in kindergarten registration today.
We were paying that as part of our inmate health care. And so that $10,000 that they allocated dropped their inmate health care by that, and it went in a dental line, and so she comes in, they come in once or twice a month, depending on what the need is, and that revenue goes back into county revenue instead of going to outside revenue. And the inmates are really responding well because of they looked at the other like it was a torture chamber. Just to tell you the truth from what I've heard. But they feel like they're getting good dental work for it. And so they've been just swamped by people signing up for it. And they have to pay to sign up.
She's done a good job.
Christie has done an excellent job.
At one time, we was gonna close it.
We cut and cut and cut.
Well, she said she could run it, you know.
Well, she's invested in Monroe County, and that's what, she'll tell you that, I am invested in Monroe County, I wanna see it work. She works very hard.
Well, it would also take time for a deputy to transport to an outside dental. place.
So they were coming in and they were bringing a mobile unit in, and the prisoners wouldn't go. They hated it, and they wouldn't go. But this is working out well. Plus, it's the dental office is an asset to this building. It's state of the art, and she's got most of that. A lot of that has been donated. Of the dental equipment. Those chairs are very expensive, and she had to replace one at the dental clinic, and they brought the old one over, and Patterson Equipment Company came and fixed it and installed it for us at no charge here. So she's worked really, really hard on that.
131, that's at UT Extension, and,
Looking back, just one, I need to
Okay.
say about the health department.
Okay.
On 126, that is the rest of Teresa Harrell's budget. And you'll see some notes on the side. This is the one that is fully funded by a state grant. And there were certain lines that had a maximum of what the grant allowed. So Gail and I worked on these to reflect so that what's coming in is actually gonna match up what's going out on that grant. So nothing happened to cause those changes. It's just during auditing the grant, we made sure that both of those matched, that what she's turning in as spending is what we're requesting for on the grant revenue side. So there were no raises or no decreases. It's just to reflect the salaries and make it match what the grant pays for.
131 UT Extension, you will see a clerical personnel increase on 259. Of course, this is Monroe County share. UT pays a portion of the salaries and benefits, and Monroe County pays a portion as well. And Greg told me that particular line item, that was not given a raise, but that was the state, that was UT's, because based on their salary study and their step raises, that particular clerical position, and they have clerical position 1, 2, and 3, just like they have extension agents 1, 2, and 3. The state has moved it up to that, so our portion increased by $259, and also with Morgan Cox, and she's actually a Tennessee State employee, not a UT employee. Some of those benefits changed because obviously health insurance requirements changed. So a $913 increase on UT Extension. Soil conservation, you see that there was an increase in it based on longevity pay for that, and we did that, excuse me, by resolution in January, I believe, when we moved Tracy over. And again, basically, we're saving much more than that in the GIS salary to benefit that. $138, tourism. Go ahead and start with the one you're probably going to ask about, and that is line 499, other supplies and materials. Of course, last year we cut that budget, and she's asking to replenish that line item. That is the store inventory line item. And of course, you have a resolution this month, and she's asked a couple of times for $10,000 at a time, $10,000 at a time to replenish the inventory at the store. And she actually, at one time, the very first one, before she didn't want to come to County Commission and ask that, she actually moved $10,000 within her own budget to cover for that. And you know, at the end of this fiscal year, we're looking at 120,000 gross sales on that. And so we're looking at about a $70,000 profit in the store itself. You say, well, Mitch, how much do we mark that stuff up? It's 42% is what we're marking it up. So every dollar that we invest, we make a $1.42. And Adam's a banker. I don't know if there's an interest rate out there any better than that. So, and I know that that's always a point of contention as far as the store in itself, and always has been. But that's the reason she's asking for that. Or if you so choose, it can come, when she needs it, come before county commission.
So, my question on this budget, tourism is, what's the tourism job? To promote tourism and other business in this county, right? The only thing I've heard is money for clothes, money for clothes, money for clothes, I'm making this money. So, I'd be open to the idea of just eliminating all the clothes, opening up to local businesses to sell their products there, and then just move on, let her promote tourism like she should be doing.
You're talking about a consignment type shop?
Yes.
Sort of like museum, Charles.
Right, yeah.
Museum. Now, I will say, it is an effort. Obviously to run that.
We're paying an employee in this part too. and
Right,
it's
Cheryl is a big part of the store manager. Cheryl
Right.
does an outstanding job with
So,
store management.
and that's just my proposal, let local businesses sell their product there, we gain tax dollars, which we're supposed to be tax-driven revenue anyway, right? So, I don't know.
I don't know if we would net $70,000.
I know we would
sign
get $70,000,
Well,
but
it's
yeah.
not bad either considering 3 months we was closed, except on the weekends from winter hours.
Yeah, I mean, she did, with being closed, and she's just like Christy. I mean, she really gets upset over the profit margin, each month and everything, and without that revenue coming in, we're gonna be close, especially, October, when it finally opened up in October. That was the reason you kept seeing this stuff, because they couldn't keep stuff on the shelves. And so she did pretty well to be closed, just like Christy has done really well. Randy has done really well, because that's revenue driven. But I understand it is an undertaking to have a store and that kind of stuff.
And I know tourism's been kind of whacked in the head with COVID, you might say, so.
Some parts of it, but the outdoor thing, the recreation is, it was even hot during COVID, so.
Yeah.
Maybe the Lost Sea was closed, but especially the Tellico area, the campgrounds.
The Skyway wasn't closed.
No, and those people come in, those people constantly, you pull up to that visitor center every day and just count down through there the out-of-state cars. It's unreal. It don't matter if it's a Tuesday at 9 o'clock or a Saturday afternoon, it's unreal.
I think Wiseman's got a good point. When you look at agricultural store versus tourism, two totally different things. At times, I think we ought to invest more money in the actual tourism side of it, through promotion or whatever, to draw that sales dollar here. So it's just something to think about,
Until we get a motel in Tellico, I think it's gonna be hard for Blana, and at least they are seeing with what she orders, the shirts and jackets and things, that Tellico Plains is close to Cherahela.
And maybe she can open up her shop to other areas too, and still sell as well.
I think we need to ask her to maybe give us see what people think, because the people may not want to come in.
And one thing I will say, Chris said locally, we are using, all of our products are about 35 or 40% local vendors.
That's what I was
Everhart Gray is a huge supporter of the tourism.
Here's my point, I'm fine with the store, but what amount of time, Blana, whoever directed, whatever, let her shift her focus more on opening it up. Why should, if she has tourism, be focusing on the store?
But she can do both of it. Run the store and.
But yeah, absolutely, that's what I'm saying.
There's not coming there right now.
I know it's been hard to
With-
promote.
without
So,
that,
you tell me
she's
right
not
now,
many people.
if you say that, where's the promotion on Tellico Visitor Center?
Well, she has these little pamphlets in all these rest areas and places all the way up in Virginia.
I'm just saying, I just like to see more folks on the tourism side of it. And that might be hard, I don't know, it wouldn't be hard for her, just, if you do both, fine, but I'm just saying, shift her focus a little bit on that. Take the store out of the picture, I'm just saying, promote tourism more. Does that make sense?
But she's going
Let's see.
to different shows and things, isn't she?
Well,
And
obviously,
hasn't
we've not
last year.
traveled, but on a normal year, yes, on a normal year,
Yeah.
yes, she would, you know,
I mean,
she's
we-
not used very much for travel budget.
She's done a good job up there, believe it or not.
Nobody said she wasn't doing a bad job. Who said that?
Why you want to change things for? She's done good.
What,
What else are we gonna,
who said change anything?
what have I been here?
It's a whole different perspective until you understand how tourism.
Well, I think she's done a good job myself. Good, very good job.
I didn't say she had.
Nobody said she doesn't do a bad job.
We need to promote tourism to itself.
Yeah, that's the point. And Blaine would do
Well,
great. She
just
does great.
let her make a proposal, or we have a workshop with her and say, this is what we'd like to see. And she may say, I'm already doing it.
Well, I mean, yeah.
You know, because it's, last year was the 200th celebration, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're for
Well,
last.
19, and, you know, her focus has been on promoting Monroe County, and everything's changing with COVID.
Right, right.
It has, I mean, kicked the butt of everybody.
Well, it's not, I'm not promoting the negative here by no means.
Right,
I'm
right.
just saying, let her focus a little bit more on tourism, you know, stay on the store fine. I'm just saying, maybe, you know, whoever's running the store in conjunction with her, that's release some of her time a little bit to do more of that, or get, in whatever shape or form. She may have some ideas, I don't know, just a thought.
Sounds good.
Okay.
One thing to note on there is one grant that requires a $5,000 county match, and that's noted out to the side, just so that you all are aware. Out of that 10,000, 5,000 of it will be revenue, but another 5,000 will be county match on that.
And that's for marketing.
Yes.
Well, she gets a couple of different marketing grants, but that particular one
3,000
does
for
require.
And then if she's planning on possibly applying for more, so when and if she does so, those will come before county commission, just like any other grant does. So at this time, we have paperwork for those two, so that's why they're in there.
Alright, 141 through 143 is industrial development. No changes other than what I talked about with that copier lease. That was $1,500 on lease payments, $900 on maintenance agreements.
And we did put the water line grant in this budget.
Yeah.
On our copier, because we don't have a color copier, it did almost black that out, so I know it's hard to read on your side. If you can't make it out, the total cost of the water lines will be $707,865. Out of that amount, the county will match, so this will come out of county fund, $77,865.
Now that's the CDBG. Now
Yes.
there's some other grants that we run water line with that's not CDBG.
Right.
Technically, we've not been awarded this, but, you know, we think that we will. Obviously, we used it on ambulances last year, so we're going back to water this year to request it.
So this budget will increase 75,000, basically.
Yes.
You're talking about with the water line match?
Yes.
Drop it out.
Yeah, because you're gonna get the revenue in for that CDBG grant.
Right, so yeah, but we gotta match 77,000.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's always a good return for the grants.
I tell you what, that, and I know that this American Rescue Plan, I met with Mayor Parker last Friday, I think it was. She's requesting several water line projects in Tellico and basically requesting if the county could partner with her on some of this American Rescue Plan money. I know that I sent a letter to Congressman Fleischman. She wants to run water to Coker Creek, which is about a $6.5 million project. Now, obviously, that money would not, be considered in our American Rescue Plan. Because he is on the Appropriations Committee, and he did say to shoot for the moon on that, so we did that. But she has asked if the county would partner with some water projects up there too. So, and I'll tell you, and you all see it every day, you're out among constituents, there's probably nothing more rewarding than to give clean water to people. Even though that, I know Libby and Gail and Courtney, I mean, we're the middleman, so to speak, on it, because the cities, municipalities are the ones that actually do it. But, I mean, it's a blessing to see, so, but she has requested that, and, especially, I guess, if, you know, how you all decide to spend that American Rescue money, and if we get some of these other grants, that budget may actually go way up, so.
How much development's going on in Coker Creek? I mean, like purchase of land, building, is it
Yeah,
going up?
got a piece of land you just listed in. About,
I'd say it's not as hot as Vonore or Massville or something like that, as far as new construction. A lot of turnover as far as old land, and people are buying land too. Everybody wants a magic land with water already on it, so.
Just to give you an example, TRDA Park, residential, probably close to 200 building permits.
Yeah, the Sweetwater, I was at Sweetwater County's, or cities, meeting the other day, and they're probably having about 20 developers come in every month, wanting 20 acres, water, gas, you know, whatever. So there's a lot of, building that's gonna be occurring, just.
Yeah, I can't think of the last development that was in Coker Creek, maybe the View.
Well, not really a development, but
A lot
just
of
building.
residential types, as far as
Building, yeah.
people moving into that area. That is one of the hotter spots in the county, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, then there's a lot of things go up and I don't even know it.
Right.
It's hard to keep a thumb, you know, so.
Airport, it's always one of the more complicated ones to look at. It's always a good story, but it is more complicated. I did mention, and I think Richard and Chris brought up this question with Blaina. Tom spends probably 90% of his job on an $18,000 salary, and the rest of it on the airport. Now, last year, you were very gracious to give Tom a part-time position out there, and that young lady has done a wonderful job, but she has received her bachelor's degree at UT in Forster, I believe, and she's getting married, so she's moving on to big and better things in life, and this might be an opportunity, if you all are willing to help with this, is we could take that part-time salary and give that to Tom to be full-time airport and allow that $18,000 to get us another animal control officer. Basically, no new money. We're just, and the reason I say that, if you take $18,000 off of Tom's salary, that's a pretty big leap. So I'm just throwing it, that's what I have proposed to do. Tom is gracious enough that he would do it anyway, regardless. But I do feel as much activity as we've got out there, and as many trips as I have to go out there on Saturdays and Sundays to help out and do some things, Tom's focus needs to be on the airport. He's great at animal control, has the greatest personality for animal control, but he really does. He spends 80 to 90% of his time on animal control versus the airport. So I'm just proposing that, to do that part-time position, to do that. So I don't intend to hire a part-time position back regardless in that particular one.
I feel like we need to, and to keep him at the airport, that'll help the airport even more. He was the airport director statewide. He was awarded that award last year, was it, or 2019?
Yeah, we got the airport of the year before. He got airport manager last year.
Okay.
Just a side note on that, Tom, he's worth his money, where he
Yes.
can go, so to speak, with that relationship with the grants as well.
Yeah.
Those people he works with, it's a big plus.
It's amazing, you know, how far the airport has come from a junkyard with tractors and farm equipment.
Oil changing station.
Yeah. I mean, if you guys had seen that a few years ago, it was terrible. And state people hated to even come into this county via the airport. So we've got the governor's been here several times, he's got a pilot that can park that big plane anywhere. And it's amazing, but to have a welcoming attitude when you pull up instead of get the hay out of here.
And I don't know if you've been out to the college lately to see all the construction that's going on out there. They're flying in families and workers almost daily from New York to work on the college. And then, you know, they work maybe 3 or 4 days a week and then they go back. I mean, it's constantly. Believe me, I know from my house what the traffic is. It's crazy. And, but Tom is, and of course we've started, if you've not been out there, we've started with the next grant, the parallel taxiway, which is a huge safety thing for us, and we're excited about that. And there is no county match on that. I mean, that's 100% state funding, and that's about a $1.6 million grant, and they're doing that parallel taxiway. I will say this, when it comes to revenue of the airport, and this is something that myself, Finance, Libby, we did basically an internal audit and looked at some things to try to create more revenue out there. And Tom's basically a break-even department. But one thing that Libby and I got together, we've got some of the lowest gas sales in the state of Tennessee. And I'm all for that. But I also believe in following a business model. And it'll probably make some pilots unhappy, but we're going to have to increase our fuel prices slightly. And so that's something that we've had that conversation. And also, you know, our hangar and tie-down rentals, I mean, have been next to nothing for years. And once again, I'll take the heat on that because they're going to say that, I'm sorry, Mayor raised the hangar leases $10, the tie-down's $5. But they've not been raised in years, and we looked at that, and we have very few signed leases in these hangars and tie-downs. And I've been the bad guy and said that we've got to get those and get them signed. And I've had to go out and meet with pilots about things like that. So we're addressing some issues that needs to be cleaned up. And a lot of them that Tom inherited, okay? But we're trying to clean, and there's some growing pains there because those pilots have got comfortable in some of those situations, and now that I'm not going to say stirring the pot, but asking them to do some new things, they're a little unhappy, but that's okay, because at the end of the day, we're worried about the liability of Monroe County and the revenue of Monroe County. So thank you, Libby, and Gail has been instrumental in that. So you want to add anything, because you've been right in the middle of that.
Well, when we went out, Tom is just such a good person, and everybody that knows him knows that. We had pilots who were taking advantage of him, and they can't take advantage of me and the mayor like they can Tom. So what we're asking is new leases to be signed, and Courtney has reflected the increase in the hangar and tie-down leasing here. And not only that, in order to occupy one of our spaces out there, they have to give us a certificate of insurance, and that has to be part of it. And they weren't doing that. We didn't have any certificate of insurance from them, and then that's them taking the liability. There were some other things that were going on. They're teaching flying classes out there. They're working on airplanes out there, and every year, well, we would tell the insurance company, no, we're not doing that. Well, it's being done. So the mayor's had to deal with all of that, and they'll get the new leases, which last time I looked at them, it said, I will not work on anyone's airplane except mine. And I will only do prohibited maintenance, you know, like changing oil, changing a tire, that type of thing. Because if you do other things and an airplane drops out of the sky, then Monroe County's gonna get taken to the cleaners on it. So all of these things are things that we've looked at because Monroe County Airport is growing. And Tom's doing an excellent job out there, and he loves that place, and he has such a good, relationship with them. And he has lots of ideas that he wants to see happen out there, and so we hope that we can help him do that. We just have to do it in the right way, and so we've had to just restructure a little bit. But it's working well, it's gonna go fine.
And like Libby said, with the growing pains comes the growing liability too, so we've had
All
to.
of a sudden, it's just boomed, like Paulette said, and we have an airport, you know, and we're from just nothing to what it is, so we have to try to keep up with it.
Well, that's good that y'all are working on it.
Yeah, and he's helping us, Tom is helping us, and Gail has been really, really good because she's worked on all these grants, and she can just roll facts and figures about it. And, we know where we're going out there. We can see what the end result of it hopefully will be, and we know what we've got to do to get there, so. If we just had a little bit more land, well, we could increase that landing strip, and we could get those Learjets in there.
That was my next question, because corporate jets, you know, coming in, that's.
Learjets can't come in,
That's
we don't
big.
have big enough landing strips.
Now,
That's a big tourism.
I'm not gonna say that jets have not landed there.
You're not
They have.
supposed to.
Insurance will not cover, but there has been some jets. I'll give you an example. Most people don't know this, but everybody knows Alan Jackson of country music. He lands there quite often to have his guitar tuned in Monroe County. And he don't land in a crop duster.
So, back to animal control, you said hiring and you.
Yeah, still no new money, still that $18,000, because even if McFall takes over the shelter, Monroe County will still be responsible for animal control, if we so choose.
Yeah. Could you combine that with EMA? Is he full-time running around and doing?
Right now, yes, that's something that we could explore. One is this particular part, I mean, it's like everything else that Libby's talked about with degrees. That is one thing, you're really supposed to have some law enforcement background, and there is so many requirements. Now, Tom's had all of those for years, and Tom's went to all these classes like euthanization and things like that, and you know, I'm hoping maybe we can get somebody that we don't have to train from scratch, but it's going to be hard to find. But yeah, I'd like to just combine somebody, but I tell you, that's,
Right now, Danny's doing such a bang-up job.
well, yeah, I mean,
He's
those
just busy
guys
all the
are,
time.
they're working on the Rafter project now, trying to get that.
It might be a we can give that to Tommy's budget for somebody doing it.
And used to be, it was. And Tommy has actually gave a name, I think he gave it to you, he gave it to me, of a potential candidate for that.
Don Wright. was
Yes.
Don Wright used to be the animal control person.
Yes,
And her husband has since passed away, and she has all the right certifications, and we can just
yes, she does.
connect on that. And she does a good job.
That would be good.
147 veterans. I tell you, I can't say enough about Andy Boyd, what he does, along with everybody else, and how he's expanded that building down there, and how things have, and we had just a marvelous award ceremony down there last Wednesday, and thank you, Dustin, again for doing the things that you did as far as making that possible, Zoom and live and all those type of things. But Andy does a marvelous job. Now, there is an insurance increase there on him as well, but that is the only increase for Andy there. I believe the rest of it, the community money, the COVID grants.
I need to just mention on page 151, that's the employee benefits there. We usually don't pay out very much on that. We did have $12,000 that I put into that insurance line. That was just money that was a savings out of another department that we put there. So in the case that one person changed from the single plan to the family plan, there would be enough money to cover it there. Now, if y'all would rather, I can take it out and there'd be no increase, leave it the same, and if anybody changes, we could come back and take it out of fund balance. But that was the reason and why it was there in an insurance line.
I'd say just leave it.
Okay, I just wanted to tell y'all, it wasn't something that made it increase, but it was a savings from another department. So I just wanted you to know why it was there and why I put it in that line. So, that's all.
Libby, I've got to run to the same funeral that Chad. Are you gonna talk about that now, or are you gonna wait for them to talk about it?
Oh, I'm not right.
If you don't see it before I leave, then you.
I've got several things to talk to you about, but one of them is a big plus. And, I've been kind of waiting until I knew for sure what we were gonna do on it. As you know, we had some local funds that went into the Justice Center. Okay, we're through with the Justice Center. I closed out with USDA. We were having to buy a generator for the Wachisi. And so the only place that we had to pay for that was out of these local funds. But here's the plus. After the generator, I'm estimating that it's gonna cost between $12,000 and $13,000, so I took $13,000 out of it. We will have in a local fund, it's Fund 171, $1,268,199.91 of money that was not used of local funds from the Justice Center. Okay, we can do one of two things, and we've talked about, forever, we've talked about having a 5-year plan for everybody to have a vision on where you want Monroe County to go. I can leave this 1,200,000 plus in 171, and you can use it to build a fund to be used for capital expenditures. Or I can roll it back into Fund 101, either one of those. Now, Courtney, I'm gonna have to steal her thunder here. The way that the budget is right now, you're with no salary increases added into it, she took them all out, you're only going in, and you have it on a piece of paper, into fund balance $5,000. Well, that's never happened here before. So,
Hey, Libby, just to make sure everybody's clear, when we say local funds, because you and I use that every day, but local funds, was it 4 or 6 million
we have
that's set
$6.2
aside?
million
Yes.
total set aside to use in the Justice Center. All right, so I had the money from USDA, the loan from USDA, and I had the local money too. All right, so all the funds from USDA have been expended. We've closed it out. We used part of this 6.2 million. Basically, we used 4 million out of the 6.2. So I've got like 1.2, almost $1.3 million left.
The property was purchased out of that line item
Everything.
several times.
We have, this Justice Center has cost us around $35 million. We did not raise taxes
Do this.
to do this. I don't care what anybody says, we did not do that. The brick and mortar did not raise taxes. And in addition to that, when everything is said and done, and I have to buy that generator for the Wachisi Tower because it has to be climate controlled up there for all the radios in the county to work and everything. After we do that, I will have 1.268 left. Do you want to keep that as a seed and have a 5-year planning?
Yes.
Where we would all sit down and we would say, okay, we know that in the next 5 years, we're gonna have to build a school, or because you're gonna need local money to do that. Monroe County, I've been here, it'll be 10 years, June the 1st. We've never had this opportunity before. We've always had to scrounge around and grab every little thing. You now have this much money that is not obligated for anything, that you can set, and if you notice, Dr. Windsor said the school's setting aside money. They put 1.2 out of some of their COVID money they were allowed to do. ESSER money, I think it's called. They were allowed to do that. Well, we can't do that with ours, with our COVID money. But we have this in money that is not obligated for anything.
And I think it's a good opportunity to go ahead and start the ball rolling with the money they have and this money. And in 5 years, we can start planning it, cause in 13 years, the debt falls off, is that right, or is it?
Yeah, we will go over the debt fund later, and I've listed
He's
the
gonna go
payout
over that.
on
Yeah.
each loan, the payoff date on each loan.
I mean,
But
we've
the
got,
mayor wanted you all to know this before he left, because he and I have talked, we talked about this for months, you know, but we didn't want anybody to know it until we knew everything was closed out, everything is done.
this is my personal opinion, we do have some schools that are aging, and
We
they
do.
really do need to be addressed before. too
Whether
late.
it's the schools or whether it's something else for the county, there are always going to be needs, capital needs.
Set it aside,
Set it aside for a building, new building.
Okay.
One thing we could
look
look
at
at
the
doing,
budget, they'll know about it, somebody.
We will, it will be in Fund one
Somebody
seventy-one,
spend
and
it
you will
somewhere.
see that, when you get, every month, when you get your
Yeah.
report from the commission, you will see that fund balance, it'll be there.
Yeah.
Now, we're in good shape this year, so if you wanna put a little extra with it, you can.
Just put 5 million with it, we got 9.
this is on purpose.
Well, I'm just saying that jokingly, but we put 4.5 million aside.
Yes, we
did.
We put 4 million for that
4
justice
million,
here,
yeah.
we topped it just like
We
that,
sure
because
did.
we had a good fund balance.
We did.
Yeah, and how would we add to that every year? or-
You would do it by resolution,
Resolution.
or budgeting.
Okay. One
That
thing,
way we would have some money, 'cause we know eventually, these schools is gonna have.
Well, capital expenditures include equipment, buildings, anything of that nature.
yeah,
You
brick
know,
and
and to
mortar.
me, it's a fantastic feeling to say, okay, we've got a little extra here that we can hang on to and we can set aside.
One thing I know I've had a call for a few commissioners is, I'd like to see a county fairgrounds as far as places to perform and can bring money in for local groups and stuff.
We've had, there's a 5-year planning committee.
Yeah,
We had one meeting, I told the mayor supposed to call a meeting, and I told him, we had one 2 years ago, we're gonna have one since then, and everybody came in and they said, what, you know, we had to bring in goals. But I think it's probably time to look at that committee again and include the commissioners in it, and to see what you all vision for Monroe County, what your needs are. And everybody had to come in, they had to bring 3 goals that they thought we needed for Monroe County. And that's what it was, and, I don't even remember. I thought
But
it
we
was
can
on-
set aside, let's say 4 million a year, if they come up, it will be like the jail, when we own 35 million.
Let's see, I tell you what you can do now, if you want to this year, you can let county audit finish the audit for the year that they're currently auditing this. And you can add to this by resolution. You just take it out of fund balance and put it into Fund 171. Let county audit get a good fund balance on everything,
Yeah.
and just set this aside for this year. And then after they finish that, Courtney will come back with you and say, here are the audited fund balances, and you can do some planning with that. How does that sound?
that sounds wonderful. Something fun to change the budget.
Well, you know, it'd be good if we did have to borrow money every time we done something.
Well, it would, and even, or not borrow as much, you know? And,
Okay. We pay a big chunk every year again. Nobody gets anything out of it.
Not our interest, is it?
But anyway, that was the one thing that he wanted you all to know about before he left. And,
So you're gonna look at some more workshops, maybe on that?
yeah, we will set that fund up, and it'll be part of your budget this year, and, set that up. And I need to go over my budget with you. It's on I have 2. On page 12 is the personnel office.
It's HR.
Pardon me?
HR.
Yes, personnel HR, yeah. And the only thing that's changed in that is longevity pay, which it just happens every year, it increases, and then employee independent insurance. And those are things that I can't control on that. Now, I want to tell you all that I did not put increases in for my employees. And I normally don't do that. That does not make, you know how I am, I fight for my employees every year. couple of y'all asked me to take a look and see how we could try to equalize this out. And it's virtually impossible to do that because the county is made up in such a diverse way. Those elected officials, and they're gonna do whatever they want to do. And I looked at them in particular, and I looked, there was such a variance in a deputy clerk and just a clerk. And you would have people who had been there a year and they made almost as much as people who had been there 20 years. I even looked at capping it off at 5 years because 5 years is a good year to cap. Because in 5 years you hit longevity, you start drawing longevity, but you're also fully vested in TCRS. That's 2 good reasons to cap it. There were only 4 people out of the trustees, the county clerk, the register of deeds, the property assessor, circuit court, and chancery court. There were only about 4 to 5 people that had not hit 5 years. They made as much as the people who had worked there 19 to 20 years. So, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. There's nothing you can do about it. So, when you give, you just almost have to do a COLA, cost of living increase, or get it straight across the board in whichever way that you want to. A lot of them are asking for the ability to reward the employees, and I know what happened last time when we did that. I also checked on upgrading the salary study, and it was gonna be around $10,000 to upgrade it, and all it was gonna do was bring us up to date on the ADA and all that, things that need to be into it. And to me, that's not worth it. So it really gets down to just across the board is what it amounts to. And having said that, my department is different from anybody else's. And I'm just being straight with y'all. You can think whatever you want to, it doesn't really matter, because we are different. We are not politically motivated. And if anything, I go the other way, just like I said. In the job descriptions, most of mine will say at least a 2-year degree or an equivalent in that. And I looked at mine, I think I have 3 that don't have a degree or certification of some type. We have 2 that have, 3 that have completed the CCFO, the Certified County Finance Officer. Courtney just finished hers. You're gonna see hers in County Commission. One of the things that I like to do for mine, when they get that, I like to give them $1,000 increase. Okay, so I need to tell you that I was able to do it for the first 2 because I had money in that line. There's no money in Courtney's line, so you're gonna see a budget amendment that will come through in May, which will be moving money up to give her her $1,000 increase. I now have 2 more. We will have 5 out of 12. I have 2 more that are going through that now. And I want to tell you that when they go through this, it is for your benefit and for the benefit of the citizens of Monroe County. So I have 2 more that are going through. Continuing education is a part of working in my office. You have to do that. You have to stay up to date on it. You have to know the laws. You have to know what's allowed, and you have to know how to find out what's allowed. That's part of it too. You can't just sit there like a knot on a log and not do anything. And I'm gonna give you a little example, and Dustin was part of this the other day. Okay, so out on my front desk is Jessica Bivens, and Natalie Lynn is my accounts payable people. I hear them in there, and they've got Dustin in there, and I go in and I go, what's going on? Well, we have AT&T all over this county. And we are on a state plan with AT&T. So when the bill came in, Jessica noticed the bill was higher, and she went to Natalie and she said, Natalie, look at this, see what's going on. Those 2 people caught the fact that AT&T had messed up and thrown us off the state plan, and we were on a regular plan, and they saved us $60,000 a year by bringing that up, calling Dustin. Dustin came up there because he's over IT, and they sat down and called AT&T and got that bill straightened out. Now, if I didn't have people who were qualified and who knew what to look for, Monroe County would have been paying $60,000 more for AT&T. Now, that is the kind of people that work in my office. So when I ask you for an increase for them, that's what I'm paying for. I'm paying for those people. They know enough about the people in Monroe County to sink the entire county if they wanted to tell it. They never tell anything. They don't get on Facebook and blast it on Facebook because they know the last thing I do when I go to sleep at night is look at Facebook. And there better not ever be anything on Facebook that one of my people put on there about this county. There's just a bunch of good people who are knowledgeable and who love Monroe County. So, my people deserve 5% just like anybody else does. It doesn't matter about me because I've got one more year. So it doesn't matter about me, but it matters about Courtney and it matters about all the others. They deserve 5%. So I'm asking you for 5% for each of them, just like these other people do. You will never see them wasting time. You will see them taking care of business. And they know that. They know that. So, my budgets have not changed any from what you see right now, other than things that I cannot control. But I'm asking you for 5% for them. And I went through there and I just said, tell me how many years that you've got business years working. And the last time I still think I like Courtney's, and I had about 256 years of experience, work experience from those 12 people. That includes me. Of course, I'm a dinosaur and I have a lot. But they have a lot too. So, they're worth every bit of it. So I'm asking you for 5% for them. I think that's all I had to go over. Was it Courtney? Because she's got the real goods over here, the fund balances and everything, and she's gonna go over those with you. It's just that I'm excited over the 171 seed that we're starting, and have been wanting to tell y'all about it for a long time, but we didn't want it to be spent on anything else, so we decided budgeting was a good time to tell you that.
What was it starting at, 6.4 million?
6.2. And so we kept 1.2. Basically, we spent $5 million of local money that come out of our fund balances here on that construction.
Was that originally a loan?
2.2 of it was originally part of that E7A loan, and the reason it was in there was that, and this, I've just been told this, that Alan Watson was told that he could build a jail for $3 million. So he borrowed $3 million extra on that, and of course it never happened.
Was it part of the school, maybe somebody at that school had a little bit left over?
Yeah, it was part of the school, the rest of it was the school, and they just did everything with it. They borrowed money on cars that we laughed and said are probably in China being driven around now, and you know, that type of thing, school buses, and just whatever they wanted to do. And it was about 10 different schools. So that was part of it. So that 2.2, and then we put another 4 in. We looked at our fund balance and said we could put 4, and we put 4 in. But I'm gonna tell you something, we have squeezed that thing, we have watched it all the way through that construction. And I know it's $35 million, but if it weren't for the courts, I'm not happy with the courts, but if it wasn't for them, it's really something for us to have the opportunity to inhabit this place. People talk about it all the time. They'll call and want to come see it and talk about it. So, anyway, okay, Courtney.
Okay, so before we talk about the salaries and the fund balance, if you'll go to page 1 of the big packet that you're on, this is all the revenue for 101. We've updated the first line, which is the current property tax. The penny went up just barely a little bit, so that's what that small increase there is. A lot of these were just adjusted to reflect more of an accurate number of what they will be coming in. You can see there's a pretty significant one on local option sales tax. It's about a quarter of the way down the page, $250,000 increase. I know you've heard us talk, and you see Angela's reports each month that show that sales tax is going up. So sales tax really has went up this year, which is a good thing for the county. It's been very steady. That's one thing that went up. There's a few more little ones that were adjusted just to reflect more of an accurate number. So when we run the budget, if we're at 50% in December, at the end of the year, that's good. Just to make a more accurate reflection of what we're going to bring in. I put notes to the side of anything special. So Libby and the mayor if you go to the second page, the first note on the side shows the new hangar fee schedule. So that is what Libby and the mayor and Gail have worked on, calculating the new, if all of those spaces were rented out, that's a good estimate of the revenue that we would bring in, so that's almost a 50% increase, so that was good. The next note to the side, that is the tourism inventory. As the mayor said, they expect to bring in possibly $120,000 by the time they finish out this year. So we're budgeting $100,000 for their revenue. When we looked at this a couple of weeks ago, it was looking like she was gonna maybe hit $100,000. So now he thinks as summer opens up and everything, so that's gonna go on up. But right now we've got it budgeted at $100,000. So if towards the end of next fiscal year, she's sold $110,000, that's when she may come back and say, can I have 10 more thousand to budget for more revenue, like she's done this year. So,
Does everybody understand how that works now? If she brings in more revenue, we have to put it in the budget, okay? Did the same thing with highway department, tax revenue, gasoline revenue.
so there's just some minor other little changes down through there. If you go to page 3 and you go a little more than halfway down the page, you'll see a note that says a new sports betting tax. That is a quarterly tax that's gonna come in from the state of Tennessee. It comes in when our state shared revenue taxes come in. If you hear all these advertisements on the radio talking about you can bet online and bet all this stuff, I always want you to bet.
So
That is those commercials. That is where this revenue is coming from.
You know, bet a dollar and win $100.
Yeah.
So is that a shared revenue throughout the state?
It's state and it's paid on a per capita basis.
Gotcha.
So we'll get the same quarterly payment each year. So this last payment, we've only gotten one payment on it so far. It's a brand new tax.
Yeah.
So it was about $4,000. So that's why we budgeted $16,000 and this year, and that is a new code. And we will cost center that, and it'll have sport is the cost center. That money has to be reserved for certain things. So that sports betting tax, you can't just spend it on anything. And it's not gonna be a lot, it's just gonna be like $16,000 a year. But it'll be reserved, and that'll be a new reserve on your list of reserves after this year. At the end of this year, that'll be reserved.
Any word on online sales?
That is part of what your sales tax increase. The online sales tax is part of that local option sales tax.
We just don't know.
And we've asked if there's
Well,
ways
I know a lot
to
of
separate that.
Sales tax increase can be from a lot of products just astronomically going up, so they cost more, therefore the tax more,
It is, and the internet sales tax is a lot of that, because used to you could buy stuff online and the tax wouldn't be on it.
Yeah.
So now with the Amazon plant, more Amazon sales just keep increasing. So with the plant being in Charleston, a lot of stuff being bought out of that. They say that can be linked to that as well.
Is it distributed by zip code or in county, out, in city, out of, in county?
Yes, it's by city limits supposed to be. There are what's called SITUS reviews, it's SITUS. SITUS reviews show that if there's a dollar store, something that's outside the county, they wanna make sure that revenue is going to the county, not going to Madisonville. Like the newest dollar store across from the dental clinic out there, that's outside the city limits. So that money from that store comes to the county, but the dollar stores in the city all go there. So if everything's correct, and it's not that way all the time, but ideally that's how it would be, that's how it would work. And then anything, when you're selling it, it is, I've heard it is based off the deliver, like where it's delivering to. So that's another reason why we don't have a way to separate how much of that increase in sales tax was from online and how much was from the stores. And in some of these webinars and stuff we've been in, a lot of people ask that, and they're like, well, it's inside that, we can't really You know, we have no access to that, and we can't
We
differentiate.
just know we're getting more money.
We are, and that's good, yes. So the rest of page 3 just shows if there was a grant, it's got the letters out to the side, cost center in it. And then I have listed out, if you want to reference back where that line's being expended, I've referenced that on the side there, just as a note. Same thing on the last page, on page 4. I've just listed where you can find that expenditure that's related to that grant, if you want to cross-reference them. So that's all that I have, as far as revenue goes. So if you go to the color page, that's a separate packet, it's a separate little sheet, and it's got yellow on the front. I just passed it out tonight. That, I didn't print out all 70-something pages for you again, because I didn't feel like you probably wanted another 70-page packet to carry around. But this page with the fund balances shows the only thing this includes is the purchase of the 5 Explorers that you all decided on purchasing and not leasing. It does include that, but it does not include any salary increases, and it does not include raising the corrections officers up to $16.40 an hour. And that was just to show you all your revenue compared to your expenditures with all salary increases taken out. So you would only be going into fund balance $5,433, and that does include the cars in there. So any kind of salary, so as you've looked at it tonight, everything you've looked at is in here except the salaries. So that gives you an idea of where you're at. We did increase the fund balance last fiscal year by over $500,000. We're estimating to do the same this year. One reason that we were able to do that this year has to do with a lot of COVID money coming in, and different small grants here and there add up to a lot of money. So we were able to pay for things that we would have had just taken out of our regular budget, but it got reimbursed by these grants. So that's one reason that you see that we're making, that we've made money. As far as this year, the new budget we're looking at, 21-22, your revenue expenditures being so close, we went over the revenues that were up, so that made up for a lot of that. We've already reviewed those. On the expenditures, the mayor mentioned several positions that had been eliminated. Along with those go the benefits and taxes and everything, so that was a savings. The previous airport grant, we had to match $250,000 on. So that one didn't turn out, and we have a different one, and that one has no match. So there was $250,000 savings just from that. And then we paid off several leased vehicles. So all of those things combined is what has made your revenue and your expenditures kind of line up closer than they've been in a long time. There were a lot of savings, debt paid off, and positions eliminated, along with revenues going up. So that is how we got to the point of being so close on revenues and expenditures, if that makes sense. Because I know some of you look at it and say, well, how did we go, I hope that helps you understand how we got to a closer point this year. There were a lot of factors into that. So does anybody have any questions about that? Okay. The next thing is this colorful sheet that's got green and blue and tan on it. That sheet shows each fund, and this is an estimate of how much it would cost to do. It shows you what the salaries are with no increases, how much 2%, 3%, 4%, 5% would be. The orange there is full-time, so it has TCRS, our retirement on top of it, so that's why the percentage is a little bit more as far as what we have to add to it on benefits. The blue section is part-time, so if you increase part-time wages, that's what the cost would be. So the bottom of each bold block there shows 2, 3, 4, and 5 if you did a raise for full-time and part-time. That adds those together. So that shows you 101, 116, and 131.
Do we normally do part-time? I can't recall.
You've done it different ways, I think. So, like, for instance, in Steve's, he asked for a percentage for his full-time, but he didn't for his part-time. And then in solid waste, there were no raises in it. So, and different departments did it different ways throughout the budget. Some asked for it in part-time and some didn't. So,
In one year, we just said everybody.
the last time, it was across the board with part-time.
And we did that once too, to bring part-time up to $10. Remember when we brought it up to $10 an hour because it was so low?
So that gives you an idea of, now, when we get down to it and put it exactly in the budget, it may change by a few dollars, but this is a really good sheet to estimate by.
Thank you for doing that, by the way, it's easy to follow on that one.
You're welcome. Okay. So that gives you something to think about as far as if you want to do a raise and if you want to consider it. So
What's your guesstimate of money coming back into the general fund this year?
So on this sheet shows, that is estimate where we think revenue and expenditures will be. So I could look it up, I don't have it in front of me, the total, but we do think that the fund balance will go up $500,000. So we would end with a $9.6 million fund balance. Now, a lot of that could change, something could happen. Maybe one budget has a couple $100,000 in it, we think they won't spend, and they spend all of it except $12,000 by the time when something happens. So that is just where we've estimated if things stay steady like they are. That won't be the exact number, but it should be a ballpark number of it. It shouldn't be less than that.
Courtney, how difficult would it be, and not tonight, but at some point, could you find maybe the last 3 to 5 year range of what the audited actual numbers
Oh,
are?
yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
I'd like to see, because I've said it for years, I mean, the last couple of tax increases, I think we've raised taxes to increase your fund balance, and you can see that, it steadily increasing.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see the last couple
No, I
of years
can pull that.
and help
You want
determine,
like 5 years?
if you can do that, if it's not
Yeah,
too much
I
trouble.
can get it from the audit. Yeah,
That would be great.
that's no problem. Do you want it for 101 or you want it for all of them? It's the same, I can do it for all of them when I'm doing 101.
I mean, I think 101's the big one.
Yeah.
And that's the majority, lion's share of it, so I'd like to see just a
Okay.
101.
Yeah,
Although I actually wouldn't mind seeing what each one did turn in. You know what you're talking about, right?
Well,
Well, you won't-
I'm not asking for a,
you won't
you do
see
that.
what's turned in, you'll just see what the fund balance went up.
Oh.
yeah, I'm not asking for
I thought that
a,
was
just what, these numbers you have here
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, I can
1920,
do that, that's
actual.
no problem.
Okay.
Me make a note of that.
Thank you.
And also remember, we gotta do that fund balance policy.
Yes.
Okay, and because we're projecting a 34%.
Yeah, what do you want to do?
Okay,
We do it.
so the only thing left tonight to look at, I'm gonna go over the insurance fund and the debt fund. So before we do that, do you all want to decide on raises, or do you all wanna think about it? We're on a really good schedule. If we could finish up everything next week, and then we're gonna be on track to pass our budget by June and get everything in the newspaper within the legal timelines and everything.
I'd like to see the 5 years
Yeah,
before I make a decision for that.
yeah,
Because if it's a historical number, and I think this is the year that we make a commitment to the staff and to the employees.
yeah, I can do that.
You know, if it, you know, we talk about every year, but if it's something that, you know, last 5 or 6 years, we've continuously added $500,000 back.
Yeah,
Then I think this is the year that we need to look at that seriously.
and I can send that out to y'all tomorrow probably, or Wednesday. It won't be hard for me to look at, I'll just go to
Yeah,
reference
I mean,
the
if we had
audit.
that to look at tonight, then I wouldn't, you know, care to go ahead and start making a decision
Well,
about our
maybe-
budget, but I'd like to see that before because that'll impact what
Maybe we'll go over these two funds and then take a quick break, and I have all the audits saved on my computer. So as long as it keeps its connection to my desktop in the office, then I can pull that up.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll go over these next two funds quickly, then we'll take a break and I'll look at those fund balances. So 264 is the insurance fund, so it should be the next one in your stack. It's just a couple pages stapled together. So to give you some background, I know you've heard about our insurance fund over and over, but it's something that, like the finance office is really proud of because of the changes that have been made over the last couple of years. We're still able to offer a really good plan, without increasing rates, as far as the budget goes countywide, and as far as increasing employees' portion of insurance. 2 years ago, we switched to an HRA plan, and the county pays money into the HRA. Then if you don't go to the doctor, and some people don't go to the doctor very much, that money is just a savings to the county. You can roll over so much, but our premiums are lower because we're paying HRA money towards their doctor's visits each time. So we were self-funded, so if you had surgery and it was $38,000, the county wrote a check for $38,000 for your surgery once it reached a cap. Up to like 85,000 was the cap. So we were paying out, if you went to the doctor, it's $100, we paid $100. Now we are fully insured, so we pay a premium so much a month, and then people just go to the doctor. By doing that, they give us reports quarterly on what we've saved. So just from October to now, to today, just from October 1st through today, we've saved over $500,000 by changing plans, just on this plan year. And our plan year runs from October 1st through September 30th. So this fund, the insurance fund, anytime, how it works, just so you know how it works. Everybody in 101, when you see those lines that say employee independent insurance, everybody's plan amounts totaled and everybody's on the right plan, and then we write a check out of 101 to 264 to this insurance fund. Same thing out of highway and solid waste. We write those checks in there for their insurance premiums. Then when the insurance bill comes, we pay that out of this insurance fund. So all the money pulls in there and we pay out all the claims. So the fund balance has increased. Last year it increased $387,000 rather than spending an additional about $1.2 million if we'd have stayed fully insured. So instead of paying out $1.2 million, we gained almost $400,000 by making that change. We didn't have to change, but if we hadn't, the county would not have been able to provide insurance but for another couple of years, and this fund would have been broke. I mean, there would have been no money in it to consider paying. So me and Libby talked about this, and we just wanted you all to know, it does look good, everything looks good on here, but it was a lot of change and a lot of work as far as human resources and Libby and 5 Points, our insurance broker, that we sat in on to make sure this didn't just happen. Like, there was a lot of work on this that people don't see, and that's fine, but I want you to know that it was a really good choice, is my point of all of it, that we're still able to provide insurance, and it's really good insurance. It's one of the best plans that is out there as far as what it pays for things. And if we hadn't worked to change that, we wouldn't have been in this situation today. So I just think it's important to know that these numbers confirm that we made the right decision 2 years ago to change plans. Everybody was nervous about
It's
it.
a hard decision.
And you don't know when you do something like that if it's gonna work. They give you projections and you hope that it's gonna work, but you don't really know.
It actually worked out well, I remember.
And it's a really good thing, and it's still increasing. So we only have a few months to go off of our projections for next year. So they always estimate we'll have an increase on insurance. Well, we're gonna have enough in this insurance fund. If insurance does go up, we're gonna be able to pay that without having to go up on the employee or the county, either one. So, if things stay like this, it would be in the county's best interest to stay on this type of plan, because it's really been beneficial for the employees, and financially, it's doing really, really well. We do have some large claims that come in, and some that make our numbers go up higher, on some months. But overall, it was the right choice to make, and I just want y'all to know that the insurance fund is doing really well.
Do they negotiate that every year with you?
Yes.
Based on your claims and
Negotiate.
Yes, and they send us our claims quarterly, and then they show us our previous plan and compare if we'd have stayed on that plan, what we would have. So
So
they're,
do they adjust it down if you have a lower experience on that, on your
It's
insurance?
reflected in the premiums.
Okay,
yeah,
alright, I just wanted to make sure
And
that
they
it
did
goes
it.
both ways.
Yes.
We don't
It's
just
not-
go with Blue Cross every year, they bid it out.
Yeah,
At
Yeah.
least every 2 years, they'll bid it out straight across.
okay.
But what
Okay.
was happening to us before was we were having major claims that $500,000 or something. You know, you have 2 or 3 people with cancer and you just, wow. So, it's been good.
So does anybody have any questions about the insurance fund? You'll see some things changed, a little bit. It's showing budgeting going into fund balance $67,000 with a $2.5 million fund balance. That's no issue, and if we have a good year and there's not a lot of illness, we probably won't go into that. But you can't ever tell when you're gonna have a good year medically or a bad year, so, these are really safe numbers, and we feel good about them so far. Unless things change on our insurance plan a lot between now and October, we're halfway through. So, these look good, for right now, and the fund balance is great in that fund. So, the last fund, before we take a break, and then we'll be quick to come back and decide on stuff, it's the colored. It's a few pages stapled together, and it's in color. It's the debt fund. So the top number is your property tax. That's not changed, that's just the difference in the value of the penny. We did change some things to try to reflect, more accurate numbers, just like we did on the general fund. The big thing that I want to mention is on the notes, you'll see lower interest rates. We're down $300,000 for investment income. So our money generates interest when you have millions and millions of dollars in the bank. All the interest that comes in goes into this fund. It's not split up between the funds that it belongs to. It all goes into the debt fund. So if you, just for your reference, I put some extra pages in the back of this packet. They're in color. If you flip over 4 or 5 pages, you'll see this sheet. And back in July, the trustee's office changed banks. They changed from BB&T to Simmons Bank. And interest rates were a lot, interest started going down. And I put sheets behind this just in case anybody asks me, what did we get in interest in the last few years? And I'm sorry this wasn't a neater form, but I just circled what we realized in revenue, and I highlighted March on each of the 3 years so you could see the difference. So in 18-19, right now we collected $408,000, $404,000 last year, and this year we've only collected $88,000. So that's not because we changed banks. Come to find out, it's due to COVID and lower interest rates everywhere. But it turns out, when they changed to Simmons, I wrote these notes in red at the bottom. They locked the interest rate in at 0.35%. Now, I know that still sounds low, but at BB&T, they matched what was on this chart every month. That is the local government investment pool. So BB&T had an agreement, and they said, oh, we'll match this every month. We're going to pay you what this is paying. So that's what they did. Well, you can see the last, in 18 and 19, it was at 1.8, 1.9, 2.3, the interest rates were very high. So now they're low. You see in July it was 0.17. From July all the way down to March, as of last month, we are gaining twice as much at Simmons with the 0.35%. So even though, I tell you all of that so you know, if you just glance at this like we did, we're like, my gosh, we are down, $300,000 or $400,000 in interest, but it's not what it looks like when you see that. We are down that much, but it's an overall economy effect as far as interest goes. So we are doing better than if we'd have stayed at BB&T, even though it is still very low. So we budgeted $100,000 for next year for revenue for interest income. So we'll know as time goes on if it comes back up, or if it stays where it's at right now, it's about what it would be.
We were hoping that maybe part of this, depending on how they do this American Relief Act, if you have a decrease in revenue, you can claim it, but if it's a net increase, our increase in sales tax will net out these negative amounts, and we won't be able to claim it on that. So we're having to wait to see how the feds are gonna account for it. And hopefully, we'll be able to get some of this back.
So that's all about the interest. I just wanted you to know, and I wanted to have that backup with it so you can see why it did that and what we're getting at the bank right now today. And the trustee's office handles all of the actual banking. So if you have any other questions, about how the interest is distributed or how they reevaluate the interest with Simmons each year, you would contact the trustee's office. So they know that we've put this back up with it today. So if you want to reach out to them for any additional stuff about the interest, you can. So if you go to page 2, it just lists, there's nothing we can change about these. These are all of our debt payments. They're listed by principal, and then interest follows those sections. I did put a note on the side because a lot of times it's nice to know when these exact loans are going to be paid off. So I did put a note on the side of the payoff for each one. So just for your reference, they'll all be paid off in June, and then I've got the year there. In yellow, towards the bottom of the page, it says updated after swap. That was the swap agreement that you all voted on, and we had the debt people come and talk about the E7A loan. So you can see there, the year we're in now, we paid $961, we budgeted $961,000 in interest. Now we're able to budget that 1.5% at $344,000. So right away, you're able to see on this paper savings immediately from that action that you all took. So I just wanted to highlight that so you could see that, that we are saving money, and I just want you to be able to see it and note it, that it is there. So that is all that I have as far as that goes. You can see our fund balance is very, very healthy, $15.8 million. Now, as some of these loans pay off, our payment on principal alone is over $1 million a year. So just because it has that fund balance right now, that will go down as time goes on. But you are going to have money as stuff's paid off, like Libby said, and if you put more money with it, to be able to set money aside, and when you get ready to build buildings or schools or whatever comes next, then, you know, and refinancing it has saved a lot of money that you're going to be able to use sooner than later. So do you have any questions on the debt fund? I'm sure I've told you more about debt insurance than you wanted to know or not, but. So if you want to take a break for just a minute, I will pull up these fund balances, and then we can talk about the raises if you want to do one, and then we'll be done.
Quick stop right back.
There's still food if y'all want it.
I'm good on food, just so much pit stop.
I just stretch my legs.
It may be dead.
It looks like it's dead.
There's batteries. There's no batteries in it. It still has oil. You had to look at the battery when I turned it back on. It doesn't leak.
It needs batteries.
Yes. It does.
So, you said you're having an hotspot, are you connected to
My husband kept putting me on for 5 minutes.
Okay. You want me to run the hard line in, so you don't have to worry about that?
Not tonight. This Wi-Fi, my little thing's got it now. And it's stayed on ever since I connected to this. It's on. Now, the last few weeks it's been fine, but today it kept keeping me off. But no, this is fine. Thank you. That is good to know.
Oh, that you can do that. Just to me, another one. Eat some more sandwiches, y'all. To take them home, you think?
I'll take the next one. Nick wants me to do 3 more minutes. I will when we ready to get done. Yeah, that insurance thing, at first I was questioning about it, but then after it actually worked, it actually worked pretty good. Because, you know, these utilities didn't say they co-pay up to a certain amount on the family, well,
Yeah, and after we finally got everybody to understand how it worked.
What was the penny?
Yeah.
What was the penny according to you?
90,
I don't have that right here. 95?
95K?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
About 40 cents of our taxes.
Tourism, what you've done a good job.
Thank you.
It's a hard one, yes. You know what I mean? Did you get, I mean, that was not what I was, you know, what I was trying to get across. I'm glad you listened sometimes.
I only about half the time, but that's all. I don't listen.
Well, why would I always say that about me? Yeah, you don't listen to me.
I love you, Trick. It's one of my favorite candies. I didn't think it was gonna be, 3 hours and 16 minutes.
No, I said more like 5.
Yeah, I had no idea.
It's just late, y'all are almost done.
And then it's just
We were
like,
transitioning, you know.
everything. It just was about the shape that we're going to take.
You know, we said that X amount of years ago, we didn't have to do something.
Leave that alone.
It's honestly.
It's on time. It's not
even
even on
We're doing
to
it.
time zero.
Yeah.
And it probably is centralized.
Oh, yeah.
But at least it's
How many people walk it?
planned.
Motion that is next time.
You all doing good? Good at your house?
Yeah.
No way. You got a nice place to live. Really do.
In the house, come out the basement door.
Yeah, I will say, that's a nice spot for that.
Depends on what.
I have one in Miracle, and we moved, and I didn't have it, the house was so sick.
Faster if y'all would watch me. Richard?
So I would build a day, I would feel over when I go down to the top. For the trustees, we
It's been a few years.
that's why we did this.
How big?
Was keep them from tearing up the trustees
And you got a pretty decent spot there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you have to grade the whole thing down. I think pretty
We
good.
had a big.
What you gonna do there, Robert?
There you go, enjoy that one. Give them other pictures. You know, it's funny, you go to Rich's place sometimes, they'll have one about like getting all of a sudden, they I'm like, not only like them, but some people. It's just amazing.
I have a friend that loves them.
Oh, you got that running yard.
For my birthday.
We'll see if I can get out.
Oh, yeah. That's what I
Slow monitoring system. And then
Probably
they
good.
have another guy,
You have that part of the office for you.
but the one that got the employees to do it.
I need to get you to work on, tablets.
Do ya?
Not like it's
Yeah, we need to
where
get
we're
it.
supposed to.
Okay. Yeah, we'll run a fire.
It's
or
set,
you'll
hands
find
up.
it, see what you want to, and get to me, or maybe next week.
Oh, that duck drop tickets.
Maybe you can bring it back.
Yeah, I hadn't done nothing, so get down.
Yeah.
Yes, I like it.
Because nobody's gonna do it.
It's exciting.
And I know we're sitting, we graduated yet. We love that.
Don't you think so?
Just whatever you
wait like.
There is
You know what you need to do?
Yeah, these are good.
Nobody do it.
Everybody has seen it, and they have.
What the hell is Elvis
I'm good. I got that broke down.
Okay, Courtney's got those fund balances.
I'm selling duck drop tickets, so if anybody wants one. Goes to the museum in Bunwell.
No.
They toss nothing out there.
Well, so I'll get back to here, 15-16. In 15-16, we went into fund balance, so the fund balance decreased 2.6 million, decrease. Then in 16-17, it only decreased 254,000. Then in 17-18, it increased, it went up 613,000. In 18-19, it went up 1.3 million. And in 19-20, this most recent year, it went up 547,000. So the last 3 years, they varied, but it has been.
15-16 is when we raise taxes.
So it probably average increases about
When we raise taxes.
600,000 average or something like that.
Was that not the year, Marty?
2012 or 13?
Was it
2012.
12, okay.
So what's a good common average and all that?
What do you think? Well, you're on a uphill
Up here, we're going.
now, yeah.
Yeah.
It's,
Dipping
you know,
in, you're seeing a return come back. Yeah.
and you should have a similar year this year like last year. Now, you would have had a closer year to break it even, except there's been all the grant money come through, reimbursing for COVID expenses that we would have normally just had to pay for. So,
Any idea what that totals? I mean, we're not talking $500,000 collectively, are we? 'Cause it
no,
wouldn't-
not
it wouldn't have been in the
$500,000.
budget. Yeah.
Maybe a couple $100,000, 200,000 or 300,000 maybe. But some of the projects you might have decided not to do because you didn't have the money.
Right.
So it kind of goes both ways.
Yeah.
We were able to do more stuff, you know, with the money. So, and most people are conservative on their budget. They want to turn in money. They don't want to spend everything they have if they can help it. And I know a couple of them tonight, you know, especially Judge Thomas and Larry, they showed decreases in their budget, for things, so.
We have to remember we raised taxes last year.
I'm sorry?
We raised taxes, that's why we have a good fund balance.
Yeah, but taxes have been raised for the previous 2 years, and you can see the increases have just been to increase the fund balance. That's, point I'm trying to make is each year we panic, we go into panic and raise taxes, and it's unnecessary.
Yeah.
We've grown the fund balance for the last couple of years because we've raised taxes, and still returning a healthy sum back to that each year.
We're gonna make decisions tonight.
Well, we're finished, other
That's
than,
what I'm saying.
well, I mean, if you all want to decide on raises, that's the only thing, and that will take me some time. The numbers I gave you were totals, but it'll take some time to put them in the budget.
Right.
So if you don't have to decide tonight, but when we meet next week, I don't know what you'd want to discuss. I mean, I don't want to waste any of your all's time, but if you have more questions and you want us to pull out some more stuff for you, if there's anything we haven't brought tonight that you want me to look up.
If we were to say we want whatever raise or whatever
Yeah.
tonight, would we basically be done, or we have something else coming up?
No, you'd be done.
A bit.
3%, take it out of fund balance.
Okay.
That's my.
So you
What,
want,
how much?
It's about 450,000 out of fund balance. 3%.
What is 2%?
it's, they're all right here by fund, so on this sheet, and if you go down, 3% in the general fund is 390,000. 3% to solid waste is 12,600, and 3% in the highway fund is $40,000.
2% is about three and some change. 300,000.
Well,
What is it?
3%.
I'm just adding all them together.
have we
So
historically,
the difference in 2% and 3% is how much money?
In 101, it's 130,000. Each percent's 130,000 in 101.
have we historically, I know there was some discussion earlier, and I'll write some stuff down, for part-time employees, or do we normally just?
Last
full-time?
year, it was everybody. It was both, but it would be up to you all to decide. And that's why I've broken it up, so that you can see.
So,
I thought we was waiting on to find out about the COVID money before we.
We won't know about it, and you
We're
can't
moving
use
on
it for
to that.
salaries.
no.
But we could use it on the.
Maybe building a road.
If they change
If they have
the rules.
to change it, right now, there is no capital expenditures being allowed, and so you couldn't buy cars with it. They've never said you could buy, and I asked about the salaries, and they said no. Now, you can do one-time payments if they're considered frontline essential workers. And the mayor has to classify who's a frontline essential worker. And then you can supposedly, but the thing about it is, we've not received the money, number one, we've not got the money, and number two, we've not got the final say-so on how it can be used. They keep changing it, they being the federal. So, it could be, about the only thing that I know for sure is that you can pay ambulance workers right now, and they're gonna pay COBRA insurance. They'll pay it direct.
So while you think of that about the percentages, I have written down 4 questions as we went through the budget that I need y'all just to give me clarification on. So Brandon West has 2 budgets. He has the buildings, the county buildings budget, and then he has the Justice Center maintenance budget. In both of those, he moved money within his budget to do a raise.
The 3%.
Yeah, 3%. So, he was I know there are a lot in these pages, but I think those are the only 2 budgets that moved money to pay the raise. So my question is, if you decide to do a raise, do you want me to put that money back in the line that he moved it from, is my question. Like if he moved $2,000 to give it between his employees, or leave it as the cut?
Well, obviously, it's extra to be moving around.
Yeah,
so
I'd
I'd say
leave
leave
it
it
at
out.
Yeah,
Okay,
no doubt.
that's what I just needed an answer on. Okay, so that, okay. Second question is in archives, there's a $2,000 comp payout there. So is that okay to leave in there? These are just questions outside of 2% or 3%. So is everybody okay with leaving that in there? If Joe were to be paid out for her comp time?
For what little she gets paid, she does a great job.
Okay.
She's an asset to the county.
She truly is.
Okay.
Mhm.
The last question is, on the airport, if they eliminate the part-time position, which they're going to either way, is it okay with you all, we're gonna take Tom's salary in the animal shelter, it's like $15,000 and something for animal control. The 18 the mayor's over, includes benefits and all that with it, so that'd be the total cost savings of it.
So he'd be focused full-time on there.
Yes, so it would take away what he's getting paid out of the animal shelter, take away 15,000 and something, but give him back 11,000 and something.
Yeah.
So he's still getting an overall decrease in his annual salary. So I just need clarification, because that's a lot of movement around.
So that's an overall decrease each
Mhm.
year?
To his salary it is, and
But he's got less running.
Is that what we changed to?
He just asked for the part-time money to be moved up.
What's that go
And that's
to?
what I do.
What's that go to with 11,000 plus his salary at the rate?
Was that part-time versus salary, what, I did 11?
11.
It was part-time, and he's not gonna have a part-time, he's gonna
Right.
move it. He's gonna move that up to Tom's, and then the animal control is gonna have to hire another animal.
I just can't, I couldn't remember.
But
what his
isn't that
salary
gonna
was.
be less than 40,000 a year for him?
Lord knows.
So his total,
It's less.
What is total?
hold on just a second, let me pull it.
Oh, you know, that in the sheriff's budget. It's got, 20 vehicles.
So the new salary with the $11,330, that was the part-time, that'd make the total salary this is on page 146. 45,435.81. And right now,
What?
45,000.
page 146.
So he's just making 30s as director?
34.
Yeah.
I thought it was more than that.
So
I thought it was more than that.
his money from the animal shelter is $15,258. So that would be deducted from his salary and paid to someone else to do animal control under what's been proposed. And then $11,330 would be added back, so it's about a $4,000 decrease.
Decrease, that's
Yeah.
what I thought.
That'd still be a relief though, I would think, for him not to have to food. As good as he is at it though.
Well, if the mayor's okay with it, then.
Yeah, and I would say just
Okay.
move forward as
If he's
presented.
talked to him about it.
Yeah, just move forward as presented. The mayor's
Okay,
good with that.
I just wanted to make sure y'all are okay with adding that too. Since they're between budgets, I just wanted to make sure. The last thing that I need to know is, earlier y'all decided to raise all the jailers to $16.40 an hour. So that is not included in this right here, because this doesn't include any salary increases. We're going in fund balance $5,000.
If we do that, the rest of the county employees may come on 16,942. And, it would be fair to Vista County people
How much increase?
falling in that.
It was about 100,000. There are a lot of employees countywide that don't make that.
Right.
I'm not saying that they don't deserve it. I'm just saying if you look across the board, there's not a lot of positions that pay that. And I know that you all expressed interest in, I know you've talked about the salary study and salaries and stuff to address those problems. So,
What I'd like to see is what we asked of Randy, to put it on a 5-year plan, 3-year plan, 5-year plan, and get up to that. I think it's unreasonable, and now looking back, and I did vote for it initially, but when you look back and you see the rest of the budgets throughout the county, you're right, most don't make that, and there's a lot more that have invested personally in their education to be able to obtain a position, and so what I'd like to see done would be put it on a 5-year schedule and start at our normal range, and then after a 5-year progression schedule, get to that 1640 as a true top out. I don't know many industries where you can be topped out within 90 days or even a year of starting a position, so that would be my recommendation. I don't know how you all feel about it, but.
so that's possible. We could do it just like Randy's or have them come up with something similar to that.
Did you do 2% a year?
His steps are 2% a year,
Yeah.
up to 5 years. Then after the 5 years, they get whatever the commission passed. If they didn't pass anything, they didn't get anything. But somebody on step 4, 1 to 5 would get something.
Right.
But then if you pass 3%, they would get the 3%. So,
I agree something needs to be done. There's something like 14 open positions here for.
The statewide though, have you heard that on the news?
Yes, I mean, I understand it. Well, I mean, it's everywhere. You can look everywhere.
It's everywhere.
It is. It's not just here, but knowing.
EMTs are everywhere, I mean.
And that's why I think Randy did a good job putting a plan in place, and I think we could ask the same of the sheriff to be able to do that and help us get to that point where we're, paying the jailers.
Reward them for staying here, and that's what I agree with.
okay.
Yeah.
So,
But he had asked to give him the ability to pay the ones that are performing.
Right, I agree, that's why I'm asking for him not to be able to do,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm asking to put it on a 5-year plan.
Right,
Start at 1188, and in 5
Because
years,
some
if
of
you're
them
still
are
with us. Exactly, if in 5 years you're still with us, then you can top out, which is what top out should be, when you reach that peak in your performance. Not just because, hey, I like you, you're doing a good job, here's an extra, $5 an hour within the first year. I can't see that happening.
right.
And I understand that's how it's presented, and it sounded great at the time because we have a need. We're having staffing issues, we're having turnover issues, which affects, other departments. But I just think after seeing what was presented from other budgets, I think the little step schedule is the only way to really handle that appropriately.
Mhm.
How would that work, for example, if I make $10 an hour, and after year two, I make $10.50, for example, then I got 2% on top of that, then I come up on my graduation date of another year, will that percentage be on top of that, say $10.50?
well,
See what I'm saying?
After they top out, they get.
after they top out, or you're
No,
talking about
no,
the
no,
next
say,
year?
year one, I'm $10, next year, I get a 2% raise, 10.20. Year
Yeah.
two, now I step up to,
2% above that.
yeah, say the step raise is
Yeah.
$12.
Mhm.
And then you get the percentage on top of it.
Yeah, yeah. That would, okay,
Get the percentage.
gotcha.
Yeah.
So I don't know about that. You're talking about like Randy's would change if we get a raise this year?
I think so.
That's
The way it always happened in the past was you got the 2%, that was your step.
Yes,
And you had to equalize salaries to be competitive. And then if we got 3%, they got 3% on top of that.
yeah,
And then the next year, we got 2% of whatever the net effect of
okay,
the total of that was. And if we got 1%, they got another 1%.
Gotcha.
And in 5 years, when they topped out at 5 years, they no longer got the 2%, they just got whatever the
Whatever
total
the
was.
Yeah. So those first 5 years during a step, I mean, there's a benefit for extra because of whatever the county will allow.
And, the ambulance service used to always do that, and then it was stopped. I'm not real sure
I'll
why.
have to ask him, cause I thought, no matter what was passed, I thought his went off the steps. They didn't get the step plus, like if you did 3% this year, because then your step salary would be changed every year.
I see.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the same ever.
yeah, that's my question.
So,
Randy would be excluded from the 3% overall.
That's how I took it, but that might not be the
let me,
case,
Yeah, that doesn't,
because
that's.
your step raises.
Yeah, it would be, yeah.
Out the window every year,
Yeah.
because they would change every year, so you could never know what they were gonna make.
I'm sorry, Connie, for running this situation. Okay, on your step rate.
So what's the consensus of the job?
2%, if the county gets 1% more, do they get
3% out of
1%
fund
on top of
balance,
2%?
no
Or
raise,
next year they get 2%
and
of
taxes,
Or do they just stay on their
Always
step?
raise taxes.
That's,
because we can.
They don't stay on their
Cause you
step.
can.
you can,
No need.
Well, say that's, here's what I'm tax.
I let them
oh,
name
and so
you
if
this
the
year.
county, like if the county got 3,
Right.
then they wouldn't get the 2 plus the 3,
Or
they just
forward
get the
on
3.
the phone
Okay.
calls. And
Okay, that's what I needed to know, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Did y'all hear that?
I think so.
Okay, so he's got 2% step raises in it. If you give 3, they get 3.
Okay. The greater-
Not their
And if
two
you don't
plus
get
the
any,
two.
they
greater-
get
The
2.
greater.
The greater of whatever the
The
increase is,
greater,
yeah.
yeah.
I got you,
Okay. Of course, I guess that's the more fair way to do it, so.
I got you,
Okay.
that makes sense.
They're guaranteed 2.
Yeah.
Right, based on their step.
Yeah.
If we give more, then they'll get the higher percentage. Okay.
So Randy has his by what kind of certification they have and what kind of medical credentials, so I don't know how you would because I'm not experienced in
Right.
jailing, I don't know how you would structure a step.
That'd
You
be,
could, but I'm not sure how you would do it.
that'd be length of service.
Because they take a 40-hour course and that's it.
That's it.
So,
Yeah,
So we don't have to go take the 40-hour course, anybody can.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be just basically length of service, that would be about the only way, because most of the jobs are very similar in
Yeah.
respect. It's not like what you all do in finance, where somebody specializes in payroll,
Yeah.
somebody specializes in grants, and you have to have certain, qualities or qualifications for that. In those type of positions, it's same level, it's just, and I guess Randy's is based on qualifications, but also years of service.
Yeah.
So that'd be the only way, fair way to do that.
so right now, there's
When they get a new classification, they hop out to the next category.
Right.
There's 5 positions right now in the jail that make $12.88 right now, and then there's 8 that make $13.27, because that was $12.88 plus 3%, is how
Right.
that odd number came about. The rest are at $16.40,
Yeah.
so
That means he got it 1640.
17.
I didn't know, okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize we had, for that many at that point.
There were 8 new positions added in January of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Then there were 7 new ones added in March of 2020, and then there were 5 new ones added in the July 1st, 2020 budget.
And he still has 8 openings, right?
Yeah, I don't know how many he has today.
There's nobody lasting for a month and they're gone in the jail. If you come out here today.
I can see
and
5
out here a
right
month
now.
you won't even know who the jailers are.
Yeah, I agree, something needs to be competitive with surrounding counties.
Yeah. Well,
But I think it just needs to be done in a way where it's
but it's a
efficient.
management problem. And we can't take care of a management problem. You know, that's where our big problem is the management of it. And when they built the Justice Center, they said, you're gonna be able to run it with less people. You give them 22 more people. And I mean, it's just ridiculous. And the budget just goes up and up and up. And
Who stepped in and
I
said
think we need to leave
who stepped in and said we had to have more staff?
TCI.
TCI stepped in, so it ain't the management in this building, it's the TCI stepped in and said they had to have more. Or we gonna need to decertify.
yeah, but what you don't understand about that, the sheriff can go to Nashville and get anybody that he wants to get to come over here and tell you all that stuff. It's the county commission's responsibility. If you do it and it's not right, then they'll come back. I mean, there's no way that there should have been 22 more employees for the jail. There's no way to justify it.
Where we at now?
And then you can blame it on Nashville or anywhere, but it's the commission has the final say.
Percentage of what?
So we're on the raises now, is that the last question, before we want to come back next Monday?
Yes, so, and then I just need to know about those 13 people, the 8 and the 5. What you wanna do, if you're planning on doing
I
that.
think we'll leave the correction officers like it is until next year and see if,
So if you wanna raise them, or if you want to do 3%, or if you wanna do a different percent just for those,
For the, which one?
the corrections officers.
Give them
And then the only other salary change in that budget was the 32,000 extra in overtime. So I just need to know if you want to, I know you've already decided on this, but now we've seen everything, so we're just coming back to make sure that we have in there the right thing. So do you wanna leave the 32,000 increase in overtime?
well, I don't think it should be in there. Because you give them 22 people, and then they want a salary increase for overtime. and they can't manage enough to keep jailers working, so there's a problem somewhere. And it's, you know, when you keep throwing money at it, it just gets worse. And that's what we're doing.
Okay, so do you all want to leave the 32,000 in the overtime line?
Didn't we vote on that?
You did, but now we're coming back to make sure, because it's a salary change, so we're just circling back and making sure we touch every
Okay.
salary issue, so we don't put something in the budget that y'all say, oh, we didn't realize, we thought when we added 3%, it was just 3%. Just to make sure, so if you don't wanna change it, we'll leave it like it is, 32,000.
Did he
So we
move
need to
some money
take it
around?
out.
Did what?
There was one or two people he moved money around
Yes.
to raise them.
So
like-
that is in the sheriff's budget, so let's decide on this,
Oh,
and then we'll
okay.
go to
I'm
the
sorry.
sheriff's. No,
Yeah.
that's okay, that's it, that is another one that changed. So do you all wanna leave, right now, the 32,000's in it, so unless the majority of you wanna take it out, it will stay in there.
I think we should take it out.
Okay, do y'all wanna vote on it?
I'd rather wait the rest of the other people's here, commission, finalize it next time,
Okay.
because there's only 7 on 10 here.
So you wanna meet Monday night and finalize it?
Just
All we'll do is-
me, I mean,
I think
Yes.
we got some things to consider here.
I do too.
Yeah, I mean, there's more to it than and it's almost 9 o'clock and I'm done.
I know.
So,
So next week, we need to decide if you're gonna raise the jailers to 1640, if you're gonna leave 32,000 in overtime, and if you're going to allow the move in the sheriff's budget, it was 7,000 and something dollars, moved from one line up to the detectives.
would you mind just emailing that as well, so
Yeah.
that review, that would be very
And
helpful.
then the salary increases.
So,
Do you all have an idea of what you wanna do on percentage, or you just wanna wait? It doesn't matter, it just takes longer to put it in. It will be passed by June, we're on time, so.
And there's
It's a-
one more item on the cars in the sheriff's budget. It's in there for the lease.
No,
Did
in,
that get taken out?
yeah, it's in there to purchase the 5 Explorers straight out without leasing.
So,
And I can send you just that sheet that shows that, just the sheriff's budget, that shows that lease amount. The new lease amount, it's only one car left on lease. And then we would purchase 5 Explorers.
and we're paying for them.
Yeah, straight out payment, yes.
Also, I've been getting several emails regarding employees that are on Facebook. There's training on how to correct them and everything.
How to correct them?
Them on Facebook saying things like they did, we should be hanged, we're stupid, we're idiots. And that's what happened last year. And it's happened some this year from the sheriff's department. How stupid we are and that we're idiots. But there's some kind of training, I don't have it in front of me, I was gonna write it down, that what you could do for the employees, they're either put on unpaid leave and there's different choices according to how bad the language is on Facebook.
Who's doing that?
I forgot, and I can send it to you, but I've been getting several emails
That's
regarding
an
it.
departmental thing, that's what I'm talking about. Mine wouldn't do that. They wouldn't dare do it.
But,
We don't have a county policy, now we're working on that. We
Okay.
don't have one in place.
I'll send this to you, that's what I wanted to
But
ask.
if there was a county
See y'all
policy,
next
would that cover everybody?
Yes, sir. Okay, so we're Monday night at 5, tomorrow night at 6, Monday night at 5. Okay, thank you all.
Commissioner Baker.